Welcome back to Grand Bend Motorplex for round 4 of the Bridgestone Canadian Superbike Championship Series. We are getting started on day number 2 of our live stream. And Stacy, we had a great day yesterday. Lots of good racing throughout all the classes. Did anything stick out to you in particular yesterday?
So many stories stuck out to me yesterday. Everybody had such a good run. All the racing was really interesting, close-knit. Honestly, great day overall. Yeah. Can't wait for today.
Yeah, and we're getting started off with one of the classes that we did really enjoy yesterday, the Twins class and the Ninja ZX4 Double R Cup. Sorry, I was going to get it there. Yep.
That's the one. We're starting with it today before lunch, before all the other ones kick off.
Yes, yeah. So we'll have this race. We'll go to our lunch break, and then we will come back with pro sport bikes. And then then there will be 2 other classes, which I don't have the schedule in front of me. We'll have that fixed here in just a moment. But and then we'll come with the main feature race, the Superbikes, and then I think we finish with amateur Superbikes after that to close out the day.
This actually is a good opportunity. Where can you find our schedule?
If
you go to csbk.ca and you look at which event we're at, Grand Bend Motorplex, Kira and Rob have done such a great job that all the links are available to you there, both to the live stream, to the live timing, to the schedule for the event, and I will just pull that up for us right now.
And while you're doing that, also want to make sure that you follow us on the social medias both on Facebook and Instagram, and those are the 2 main ones. Yes, Facebook and Instagram. So it's just look for Bridgestone Canadian Superbike Racing, and it'll come up automatically. So today's schedule will be this race here, our Importations Tebow Twins Cup and Scorpion EXO Ninja ZX4R Cup race. That'll be 14 laps. Then we'll take our lunch break. We'll have opening ceremonies at 12:50. 1 o'clock will be the OPP Racing Pro Supersport race for 18 laps. And then you'll see that with Marshall and Andrew. And then I'll be back for the EBC Brakes Amateur Supersport and Supersonic Road Race School Lightweights races. Then Andrew and Marshall will be back for our GP Bikes Pro Superbike, and we will close out the evening with AIM Insurance Amateur Superbike races. So that's the schedule for today. Pretty packed schedule, but everything went off pretty well yesterday, no reason to think it's going to go any different today. The one thing I can say is a little less wind so far today, which is both a blessing and a bit of a curse. It was nice to cut the heat and the sun with the wind, but then again, you go back and you look like, oh, I guess I got a little more sun than I thought.
It's definitely going to feel harder for the riders out there.
100%.
So hopefully they'll have figured out their way to keep cool, keep hydrated, and you got to get through it. That's part of being a racer.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, and it's just one of those things you learn. Everyone knows that you need to start hydrating like 3 days before the race, not the day of.
Yeah.
It's one of those things that you learn very quickly. But, yeah, the bike's just about ready to head out on track here in just a couple of minutes to see them assembling back there. And we'll be underway very shortly here with our first race of the day. Again, thanks for joining us. Make sure that you are telling all your friends and family and everybody else you know on all your socials to join us here all day on our live cast. Again, this is the first weekend we're doing it. Everyone seems to have loved it so far. Looked at the comments yesterday, and hey, everyone was like, this is fantastic. We saw people from Nova Scotia to Vancouver and north and south.
I know a few people overseas that are supposed to be logging in for this as well. So actually, one thing I wanted to mention, there's a lot of things that go on behind the scenes that we don't always get the opportunity to call out. So I'd really love to point out, it's not just the riders that are dealing with the heat. We also have all the volunteers, CRC and marshals that are working the corners. They're out there all day. We can't be out there without them. We also have our camera crew that's out here. They're filming and picking up all the incredible racing for your viewership. So them, the safety crew, the medical team, thank you guys for being out there. We can't put on the round without you.
Absolutely not. Safety marshals they come out here for basically no pay. They come out here for lunch. They literally get paid for lunch.
Lunch and love, passion for bikes, passion for racing.
And we can't do it without them. All right, let's go with our starting grids here for both of these classes as the bikes are out on course right now. Starting on pole in the Importations Tebow Twins Cup, it's Scott Rupert on pole, J.P. Taché in second, and Cecil Montour in third. second row will be Yves Dion, Louis Rafa, and Justin Marshall. Row number 3, Sebastian Silva and Gary McKinnon. When we look at our ZX4R Cup, it'll be Jared Walker on pole. Rob Cousineau unfortunately had an accident yesterday. He's in hospital, doing okay, but will not be here obviously today. And then on the outside of row number 1 will be Jean-Pascal Schroeder. And then in row number 2, and there's a story to tell about him, Jacob Black. It was an adventure for him to even get here this weekend, and it's been an adventure for him to be on track all weekend. And if you joined us yesterday, you will know a little bit of that story where he crashed and there was a red flag. He was able to, it wasn't him that caused the red flag, but he was able to get back, and he had like 20 people jump in to help him. So.
It was awesome. He'll be back later. He'll tell you the whole story himself.
Yep. All right. We're under starters orders. Lights are on. Motors are coming up. And we are go. It looks like Rupert had the Rupert getting the whole shot. And is that JP who slotted in behind him for second there?
Absolutely.
Yep. So Rupert getting about 3-4 bike lengths immediately.
Looks like we got Louis Rafa there in third, Sebastian Silva in fourth, Justin Marshall up in fifth.
Making their way now up the short chute, coming into the infield section of the track.
Oh no, I've got the order wrong.
And yeah, so it does. Is that? So it is JP in second place. Was that Louis who got up into the lead?
No, it's Scott Rupert.
Okay, it is Scott. I heard something and then was just double checking that. All right, on to the backstretch for the first time. And Rupert and JP opening up a pretty good gap between themselves and third and fourth position. But Rupert with an amazing first lap here. He is really pushing those tires hard on this first lap to try to get a gap. Knowing what happened yesterday, whereas the race went on, JP just kept getting stronger and stronger. Lap 1 of 14 in the books. And we'll take a look back as Jared Walker is running sort of with that lead group, and obviously in the lead with the ZX4RR Cup bike. Looks like Jacob Black is in second position.
Yep.
So good for him. He was feeling that he could that he was going to be able to run with JP Schroeder today, that he had that speed. He just had to go do it
and get the machine working, right?
Yep.
They were able to get him back on track yesterday, but it was not race ready. It was just get out there, get some points. So it's good to see they were able to fix that machine and get him out there to be a bit more competitive.
Yeah, even about 45 minutes before they were coming out on track, I went to Jacob's trailer and pit area just to see what was going on and how he was, and they were still like triple checking everything and still finding little loose bits and pieces to put back together. So yeah, it was a thrash even this morning. All right, lap number 2 about ready to go into the books. And Rupert opening up even a larger gap now. That's a second plus gap that Rupert has over JP Taché. Third position is Louis Rafa. Fourth position right now is Yves Dion. Fifth, Cecil Montour. Then Gary McKinnon, Justin Marshall leading the ZX4Rs. And Sebastian Silva and Jared Walker. Oh, sorry, I mixed up Justin. Apologies. Justin's in the twins. Jared is the ZX4 in 9th position overall.
Gary's got his work cut out for him. Unfortunately, he didn't get that bike set up well at the very beginning, so he qualified a little bit further down. So he's got to fight through traffic to get back up.
Yeah, he had a good run yesterday. Obviously, he got on the podium, so little attrition helped him there, but still, he's in with the shout. But JP closing.
Yep. Right back up to Scott. So the two of them are going to have a great battle here again. Excellent. They're coming round into that last turn to complete lap 3.
Yep, lap 3 in the books. I want to take a look at the times here because of what JP just did. Yeah, JP just turned a 1 minute 7.122 compared to a 1 minute 8.061. So obviously that is a huge jump there. So JP's tires come up to temperature or just feeling comfortable with the bike, and he's found his rhythm, and look for him to go on the attack here very, very soon. He's continuing, ran a little bit wide there as he comes into the infield. He's lost a good chunk there, but he'll look to gather that back up. Louis Rafa having a good battle there with Yves Dion. Onto the backstretch once again. Let's see if JP can close up that gap.
It's so interesting to see the different lines, the different exits of the corners where Scott's gaining versus JP gaining. You got your local knowledge versus your seasoned, I mean, both are very seasoned racers, professional level.
Yeah, 100%. All right, closing out lap number 4 into the books, beginning to work lap number 5. Okay, looking back at that battle between Louis Rafa and Yves Dion. And Yves closing up right on the back of Louis. Louis gonna have to pick up a little bit of pace here. They've been about that distance here for a couple laps, about 2 bike lengths between them. Both of them looking very smooth out there, but
which I have to say, huge shout out to Yves Dion on that Suzuki Canada, coming out here, having those 2 other bikes up here with the Aprilia.
Into the inside,
and he got him!
Went him underneath.
Excellent, way to go.
Beautiful
Yves.
move on the brakes coming into the infield. Now let's see if Louis can come back and attack here as they make their way through the dogleg.
Yeah, and so the Aprilias out here have a little bit more motor underneath them, so in a straight line, they kind of have it over the Suzukis. But Justin Marshall and Yves Dion on the Suzuki Canadas.
Yep. Back to the lead here as they're coming up into the carousel here. And looking to see if we had a swap for the lead as we were focusing on that battle for third. Okay, so JP now up in the lead. Taché on the brakes here into turn number 1 with the lead as we complete. Not quite halfway yet, but JP, kind of like yesterday, we talked about it right at the beginning, takes a few laps to get his rhythm and get to where he likes the bike, gets comfortable with the bike and everything, and now he is definitely on the move here. Although, is he going to come back? Do we get a counterattack coming into the infield? Nope, he's able to hold them off here, able to get on the gas just a wee bit quicker as they're making their way up into the dogleg.
So speaking with the crew as well, with JP and his crew, there is a little bit of strategy that comes into play. It's not just about finding the rhythm, but he knows Scott Rupert knows this track like the back of his hand. So just analyzing the riding style, maybe the lines, improving on his own race plan. There is a strategy in following the locals and using that knowledge.
I've got a bike off track, looking for it. Looks down there, just coming onto the front stretch.
Just using the runoff.
Yeah, so he's back up and running. Might have been Louis Rafa who, okay, it was Louis Rafa who did run deep there. And that'll shuffle him back quite a ways. So tough break for Louis, one of the veterans here, and he's found a home in Twins and is really enjoying it there. But back up to the front here. Last time, JP, a 1:07.080. Okay, looking for a battle here in the ZX4RR.
And Yves got a little bit of breathing room right now in third, but Cecil and Gary are closing him. So we're going to have a good battle for third here.
Yeah, the battle between Jacob and JP Schroeder really tightening up as they're coming through. They're making their way through turn number 3 and go into turn 4. Jacob still in the lead there, but JP is right on his tailpipe there. So coming up now into the infield, JP looks up. What looked like he wanted to make a go there, but not. He's just too far back. He's going to have to measure him up a little bit. Let's see what happens as they make the run here through the infield and up the dogleg. If he's able to close them and then get a run, he'll definitely be in the draft for the back straight. So he's probably sizing everything up and planning for something right into the carousel here. Here we go. On to the backstretch for these two, battling for second and third position as we move back up to the leaders here. JP and Scott Rupert is closed back up here with JP now as they're making their way through the infield. Taking a look now through the carousel, and it looks like Jacob was still able to hold off JP Taché now as they come out of the carousel. In fact, he opened up a gap. He's opened up about another 4 or 5 bike lengths between those two. Meanwhile, back with the leaders here onto the backstretch. I'm surprised Scott's not tucked in a little better for the draft there.
I just noticed that myself.
Way on the outside. unless JP was just trying to ride a little defensively, taking away that inside line. But yeah, there's an opportunity there, or maybe Scott's just biding his time here as we are working lap number 7. So that's halfway. We are through halfway now through the race as we continue to battle between these two here, coming through that Omega section, the bus stop section. Now out of it, and they're coming onto the short chute here. Beautiful drone shot that really shows you the different exit lines. And watch the difference in braking here as they start to come into this infield section. Rupert seems to be comfortable where he is, about 3 bike lengths back, but you're really noticing some different lines. JP is definitely riding a little more defensively, taking the tighter line through as they go onto the backstretch. Let's see what happens here. Rupert is definitely there with a draft possibility, but again, JP taking more of a narrower line. Now, Scott does look like he's more in the draft this time, but unable to take advantage of it as they come into the carousel.
Absolutely. It's so interesting to see the way that these two are taking different lines, using the track in a different way.
Oh, here we go. Rupert with the drive. Is he gonna be able to
Getting him
tuck it
on
in?
the brakes. Way to go, Scott.
Rupert with a great move on the brakes into turn number 1. So like I say, biding his time, looking for that right spot. JP, that's going to upset his rhythm. Let's see if he can get back and find that rhythm again and close, as Scott put 5 bike lengths on him afterwards up in the short chute, now coming up into the infield.
These two are also going to start seeing Jacob and JP Schroeder in their field up ahead of them. So they're going to have to take that into account. If they catch up to the Cowie bikes, they're strategizing how they're going to use that to their advantage, making sure they get through some of that traffic.
On the backstretch now, and JP Taché not able to take advantage of any kind of draft there. Rupert had opened up just enough of a space there that he was not able to close there. So Rupert, as you can see on our live timing showing on the screen there, was 2.5 tenths faster than JP on that previous lap where he was able to get around him. So
We're looking like we're probably getting another lap record.
Oh, wow, and another lap record. Scott Rupert, a 1:07.073. So JP had set the record yesterday 4 different times. He set it, then he reset it and reset it and reset it. And now Rupert, with a legitimate shot to throw a 1:06 up on the boards here if he gets cranking. Yep, and as you say, they are within shouting distance of that battle between JP Schroeder and Jacob Black for 2nd and 3rd in the ZX4RR Cup race. By the time they get to the carousel, it's going to be close between those two. So
absolutely. I know it's not on our screens right now, but also shout out Gary McKinnon. He's overtaken Yves Dion to get into 3rd place. So awesome job yet again by Gary, showing that experience, fighting through the pack and making his way up onto the podium spot.
Oh, look at JP Taché trying to take an inside line on Rupert through the carousel. Wasn't quite there. Rupert shut the door on him. Now they see those 2 Kawasaki's in front of them. Let's see if they're going to get stuffed up now as they come into this bus stop section here. They are right on the tail of this battle.
This will be interesting.
This could see the strategy if who's going to get the advantage. Okay.
There you go, Scott.
Yep, they both got through on JP. Let's see what happens here. Is now they're both going to dive under Jacob Black as they go in. So and Taché went really wide there and definitely lost some space, but it was nothing on Jacob Black. He gave him the space. So.
Oh, absolutely. And both JP Schroeder and Jacob Black are going to recognize that these two are in their own race and going to try to let them through as cleanly as possible. So that lets Scott Rupert get a little bit of breathing room. So JP Taché's got his work to catch him down now.
So Taché takes back the lap record. A 1:07.067. Honestly, between Rupert and Taché, the way they're pushing themselves, it's just 2.5 laps to go here.
Love it.
One of them is very likely to break into the 1 minute 7 seconds.
You can see it right now. JP Taché wants this. You can see him hunting down Scott Rupert. You see it in the braking. This is going to be good.
See, he's definitely taking a little bit more of a sweeping line through there. Yeah, 2 laps to go here. Next time by, it'll be the blue and white last lap flag. So JP doesn't have much time here, as Rupert's got about 3/10, 4/10 of a second on him. He literally is going to have to turn a 1:07 here to try and get that.
And we still have a really good battle for third here. Yves Dion has not let Gary go at all, so we'll keep an eye on that once our leaders pass that checkered flag.
Rupert opening up a gap here down the backstretch. It's going to be, I don't know how JP Taché is going to close that much of a gap here as they come through. Blue and white blue and white last lap flag being readied and now displayed for this battle here.
But hey, it's not over till it's over. He's got 1 lap to figure it out.
Yeah, JP trying to close on the brakes there into turn number 1. Definitely did make some time up there through. Let's see as they make their way through 2, 3, and towards the short chute.
Yeah, Scott's consistently been a little bit better than JP in through this infield here, so JP's really going to have to dig deep and be confident on those brakes.
Yeah, he's definitely going to need lap record territory here to try and win this thing as they make their way through the infield section here for the last time onto the dog leg as they get ready to go down the hanger, the back straight there.
Oh, he's right there.
He's right there. He did close up through the dog leg. He needs a great drive. You can see that back end just grasping for traction there on JP Taché. He's trying to get in the draft there, lining it up. Now he definitely is in the draft on the brakes, coming into the carousel underneath JP Taché. Is he going to be able to hold him off? Can Rupert make the cut back here? No, JP looks like he's got enough.
We got a last turn.
Last turn, here we come across the finish line. JP Taché with a great move coming into the carousel.
Incredible ride. Back down
now. Battle for third now, Yves Dion and Gary McKinnon down the backstretch here.
Yeah.
Gary's got about 10 bike lengths on him as they come now into the carousel. Let's see if he can hold on as they make their way through. It looks like he's going to be able to hold on. He's got just enough of a gap between him and Yves, and Gary McKinnon will grab the final podium spot there for our Importations Tebow Twins Cup race. So congratulations to them.
Followed by Sebastian Silva.
Yep.
He's had an excellent run here this weekend. Next by Justin Marshall on that other Suzuki Canada bike. Then we got Jared Walker on the first ZXR bike. Cecil Montour here on the Twins bike. Louis Rafa was able to bring it home after that. What do we have, a runoff there?
And Jean Pascal Schroeder was able to get around Jacob Black, it looks like, on that last lap.
Yeah.
So what a great way to get things going here. And, Scott Rupert, he's going to be like, oh, I played my cards exactly right, exactly as I wanted to. And JP says, yes, but there's a reason why the number 1 is on the front of this motorcycle.
And you know what? Kudos to both those racers.
Yep.
They ran a fantastic fight the whole way through. Like you said, it's not over till it's over. Checkered flag's got to drop.
And, I mean, even half a lap back where, we were like, I don't know how he's closing that gap, and he did. So great job, both racers. What a fantastic way to get this day of live streaming going here at Grand Bend at the Grand Bend Motorplex, round 4 of the Bridgestone Canadian Superbike Series, with plenty more to come as riders are making their way on the cool down lap. So we'll get Jared Walker and JP Taché. They'll get their flags. In fact, JP's got his right now as they make their victory lap. JP taking it right in front of the grandstands there and waving at everyone along the fence line as well. And then making it up the short chute, waving to everybody in the pool over there. Yes, there is a.
Is there really?
There is really a pool over there, yep.
You got to love the fans out here. They know what they're doing.
Yep, exactly. So congratulations, JP. Ninja winner and now with the flag as he.
Jared Walker getting it.
Yep.
It's also fun to see on the cool down lap all the riders giving each other some thumbs up, having a good run.
A couple wheelies here and there. So
well, yeah.
Yeah. So Jared Walker, 2 wins in a row, and that should clinch him the championship for 2026.
Awesome.
So that's me doing some rough math, but I'm pretty confident in that one. And JP, with 2 wins, he's on 150 points. he might have just locked up that Twins championship as well. Again, we'll do the maths on that and get back to you a little bit later. We can talk about that.
Well, it
but
certainly didn't hurt.
No. All right, so there's Jared Walker there as he's got his checkered flag, cruising around with smiles, waving at the quarter marshals.
What you got to do, right? That's part of the benefit of being a marshal out in the corner. You got the best seat in the house.
Exactly.
And if ever you guys are interested, CRCA volunteers, go take the marshal course. Get out here. It's a great place to be.
Or wherever you're watching this from, around Canada, the United States, and the world. If you love racing and you want to, maybe you don't want to race or you can't race, but you want to contribute to the sport, you know, volunteering and trying out and being a marshal.
Great way to do it.
Great way to do it. You'll have more fun than you think.
Absolutely.
So riders making their way back into the pits. We'll be going to Frank Wood and the podium ceremonies here in just a couple of moments. Still got a couple of moments to fill here. Like I said, great way to get this day started, right?
I don't think we could have gotten a better way to get it started. And this is how every round goes. Whether it's the lightweights that start, the twins that start, the amateurs, they're ready to go. It's race day here. They're on.
All right, just trying to get the, oh, there we go. We're getting our full board up here of all the finishers here. Just get the, it's on SDI. But it was overall J.P. Taché obviously winning the Twins Cup with Scott Rupert in second, Gary McKinnon with the final podium spot. Yves Dion officially fourth, Sebastian Silva fifth, Justin Marshall sixth. And then we look at Jared Walker finishing seventh overall, first in the ZX4RR Cup. Then Cecil Montour seventh in Twins, eighth overall. Louis Rafa, and then second in the ZX4RR Cup. 10th overall, second in that class is Jean-Pascal Schrader. And then Jacob Black is the last one in the ZX4RR Cup. So that is how we get this day started. And we are plenty more to come here. Just about ready to go to the podium ceremonies, as I said. And man, we're going to do that. We're going to be go to our lunch break and then be back.
More racing.
Okay. All right. So and with that, let's go to Frank Wood and the podium ceremony.
To the podium for the second day in a row, the godfather of Canadian road racing. Welcome, please, Gary McKinnon. Finishing in second spot, making a return to racing and making his return well worthwhile. Would you welcome, please, Scott Rupert. And our champion was not to be denied on this day, wearing the number 1 plate and taking the race win here at Grand Bend Motorplex. We welcome to the podium, number 1, J.P. Taché. Well done. And the way it works in motorsports, of course, if you finish third, you get talked to first. So we get over here and talk to Gary McKinnon. Wow, what a race. You started last and still put it on the podium. Talk to you, boss.
Yeah, I didn't get the best start today. I don't know, I just thought I'd take my time a little bit in case something happened up front, because it was a close battle for the first few laps, and I thought I'll just kind of pace myself and pick them off as often as I could and the best as I could and making clean passes. So that's what I worked on, and fortunately it worked out. Feel bad for Louis. I know he went off just going onto the backstretch. He rode off, so he would have been tough today as well. But yeah, it was a good battle. I know Yves was right there. He helped me get through some of the corners. The Aprilia's got some legs on him and just out-braked him at that last spot. And I knew he was there the whole time, so it was fun. It was a good race. The track's good. The temperature's nice. You know, it's a great day for racing. Sponsors, yeah, I got Invitation T-Bow, Lucas Oil, Central Motorsports, DP Brakes. I'm probably forgetting a few. I want to thank Marley, Vince, Mark Wilson, my family, my wife at home, and my brother and all the people that couldn't make it. Hopefully they're watching on live video. That's such awesome to have the live video. It's really, really cool to have that. So, and Invitation T-Bow, the sponsor of the class, is awesome to have them.
Thank you very much. Gary McKinnon brings it home in third spot. That's the second day in a row he's been on the podium here at Grand Bend Motorplex. Now up alongside the ever-smiling Scott Rupert. Scott, talk to us about your race.
It was a pretty wild race. I thought I had him covered, and the pass that I put on him, it was late and it was hard, and I'm going, okay, dude, we're doing this because I don't have the straight for you. So anyway, so then whatever, I made a couple mistakes in that last lap. And I thought I was sure I had him covered coming into the carousel, and I left him 3 feet, and that was enough. So anyway, so I'd like to thank Timmerman Timberworks for the motorcycle, and Luke from One Stop Goat Shop for everything you do, buddy, and everybody else. Thanks a lot. Cheers.
Our congratulations to Scott Rupert in second spot. And now up to the top of the box, and JP Taché, what a great race that was, sir.
Oh, it was a battle. I know Scott was a little perturbed yesterday, and I knew he'd be out there, so I knew I couldn't get away. When I passed him, I couldn't get away, so I just said, you know what, this guy knows the lines. Let's try to follow him, even though he still kind of got away in this section right over behind us. It was a battle for sure. I know I got good drives on the straightaway. I figured at the end, if I could be even close enough, I can actually draft past him. He tried to block me, but 3 feet's way too much because I'll get in there. I would like to say sorry to Jacob and JP, ZX4R guys. I came in pretty heavy because Scott got past. I was coming with them. Anyways, I'd like to thank all my guys like Mark, Jillian, always putting up with me, coming out, helping out as much as they can. I forgot to say it yesterday. ASAP Motorsports helped me out with some suspension on this bike. He's been very, very helpful. It's nice to have someone here. Look him up. He's a great guy. This Aprilia, unbelievable, as you can tell there and there. Also, I want to say thanks to Goulet Motorsports. Bridgestones, they worked. The guys told me to stay where I wanted to be, and it worked. CSBK, all the corner workers, all the fans, thank you for coming out, and everybody else that was here, thank you very much.
JP Taché takes a national championship win, the first national championship race of this day, and you can see very well why he wears that #1 plate. And this voice is getting the heck out of the way because the champagne is coming out, and I have had that experience before. Celebration on the podium. Oh my goodness. Look at that. You give them a $45 bottle of champagne and they just waste it like that.
Well, there's your podium celebrations, and we are going to take a short break for lunch. Please join us at 12:47 as we bring on Andrew and Marshall to call the OPP Pro Sport Bikes. We'll see you in just a little bit.
Welcome back to the Canadian Superbike Championship live stream. Of course, Bridgestone CSBK Round 4 here from Grand Bend Motorplex. A beautiful day. If you thought yesterday was great, well, we got another beautiful one in store for you. The grid is hot. We are set to go. Tommy Cass is taking the victory yesterday by half a second, but only half the job done, as it is race 6 in OPP Racing Pro Supersport. Coming at you next. The wind is whipping and the wind turbines are flipping, but it is fast times ahead for you here at Grand Bend Motorplex. Marshall Ferguson alongside Andrew Nelson is, man, the temperatures have gone up a couple of degrees. I don't think we have any concerns about grip today. There was no rain overnight either, Andrew, but we had a great day of racing yesterday here on the CSBK live stream. Thank you to everybody for joining us, and it looks like we've got another one today. Already one race in the books, and excited about having this one as well in the Pro Supersport category.
Yeah, great first race to kick off the day in the Pro Twins, and now Supersport looks like it's going to be just as good as it was yesterday as well. The top 5 guys battled very hard all race long. Talking to a couple of them this morning, it looked like Tremblay actually went as fast this morning as he did in the race yesterday, so he improved quite a bit from yesterday's race. So I think we're going to have a pretty good barn burner on our hands today. And
Tremblay working through some engine issues as well overnight, and it's amazing to think that, yeah, he's fast as ever, and certainly as fast as the rest of the field. As we take a look at the points board, updated for you after race number 5 in this championship, OPP Racing Pro Supersport, as Tommy Cassis extends his lead with the victory yesterday. Sebastian Tremblay in that second spot. Cole Alexander jumps above Matt Simpson thanks to his second place finish in yesterday's race here at Grand Bend.
Yeah, nice to see Thomas actually took over the lead, right? He was, I think, 1 point behind, now 8 points, but it's still a tight battle. There's still a lot of races to go, and these guys are going to keep riding hard all day. I'm really curious to see what Playfair's going to do. He did the fastest lap in the race, you know, as we just pointed out a little bit earlier that in the last race. So who knows what the local guys are bringing. Cole Alexander, of course, had an amazing run yesterday. He's going to be putting the pressure on Thomas, I think, all race. But it's all down to the start. I think if you don't get a good start here, that first couple laps, or the first couple corners, you can pull such a big gap, and it is so hard to make up the time. The guys are within a tenth every single lap, so it's going to be a really tight, fun, packed race today.
And being in this setup where we are actually going into turn 1 off of the start, unlike previous years where we've been at Grand Bend as well, there's a bit of that lunge into turn 1 that we talked about yesterday, and then in through the 2, 3, 4 complex. It takes a little bit of maturity and smooth riding to get through there clean, and one guy who knows all about that is Sebastian Tremblay on the ST Motorsports Suzuki. I had a chance to sit down with him at Calabogie Motorsports Park, where he was taking on a bit of a different challenge just a few weeks ago.
Seb, thanks for sitting down with me. Always appreciate your time. When you were at Calabogie, you had the Nelson 50th anniversary partnership. That's part of your season and your story this year. Last year, it was all about battling against the young up-and-comers and trying to find your way through. There was obviously a certain amount of challenge and headache to that, but when you reflected on 2025, was there a little bit of joy in the idea of trying to battle and to sharpen yourself and being pushed even further since being, rookie pro of the year and all the rest back in 2012? It's been a long journey for you.
Oh, for sure. Last year, I've been riding for quite a while now, and sometimes I won't say it get easier, but we'll get into a rhythm, and we're comfortable at a certain pace. And for sure, last year we had to up our pace a little bit, trying to follow the young kids. It was really good. I really appreciate the learning opportunity, and he really upped our game quite a lot last year, and it reflects on this year pace as well with Tommy. So it's good.
I appreciate you being pushed to try new and different things as well, because watching you ride is so natural and so pure. I mean, I joke with people when we're at Shannonville in round 1 this year, where I said it doesn't even look like he's tipping the bike into the corner half the time, and all of a sudden the bike just turns, right? Just kind of flows. Where does your style and the smoothness that you have taken to a couple of Pro Supersport championships come from?
It's come from my experience, for sure. with my background, I need to be careful with how much I throw my bikes around. So I need to be careful with crashing quite a bit. So I need to take my time to get to speed. So for sure, I need to be a little bit more smooth than other riders, I guess. But this is really from where I picked that style, is trying to stick the two tires on the road.
Absolutely. So it's an active decision. But I also wonder then, when you come into a weekend like Grand Bend, what is the mentality right from arriving on site at the track? What is your process going through the weekend?
Well, we have depending on which year. Like when we have a Thursday practice, we know we gotta be up to speed for qualifying. So we have a few amount of time to set our bike up and test different things. But this year we haven't got that many Thursday practice, so we gotta have a pretty good setup right from the get-go and trying to go fast. So it's been, I won't say it's been challenging for me for sure. I usually like to take my time to get up to speed, but I can go quite fast.
Does it change, I guess, the stress, the pressure, the setup, because you do so much of the work on your own motorcycles as well? You know, there's a lot of guys in the paddock that, not to say that it's better or worse, but the setup typically is they get off the bike, make a couple of comments, and then people go to work and start to tinker and try to find solutions. You're the one tinkering. You're the one finding solutions. You're the one that kind of wears that. I imagine there's pros and cons to that, where you're on the bike. It probably increases your comfort level, but you also know there's stress and pressure right from the end of one session to the start of the next when you're back out on the track.
Yeah, for sure, because I cannot really, I won't say I can't focus on my riding, but I really try to make my bikes as comfortable at the fastest pace I can, because doing a fast lap is one thing, but doing them lap after lap is something different. So I really focus on making my bike not only fast, but like very consistent on the racetrack as well. And it has to be suiting my riding style as well. So I really do spend a lot of times looking at my data, and I'm lucky to have a really good mechanic from ST Motorsport, and so for now I'm just really about thinking about what's the bike need. So whenever I need to change stuff, I have people to change stuff on my bike now. So it's
amazing.
good.
When you're coming to a place like Grand Bend, is it as simple as, well, I've got all these things written down from 2017, 18, 21, 25, and you just open it, you go, here's the settings, here's the setup, here's the ECU, here's the this, here's that, or is it, okay, here's the base, and I have to find ways to tweak that this year that might be different than previous experiences?
Yeah, for sure. Like, it's always going to be different from year to year. We do look at our previous data, but from track to different track, we find stuff that work, and we want to try these findings for other tracks. So we're still refining our base setup and see where we can improve. So yes, we're starting from close to it, but usually there's a couple of stuff that changed.
What does Grand Bend mean to you in terms of memory association, word association? I say it and you go, well, blank.
It's good. I've got a few wins there, but for sure, my biggest memory there is 2019 when I got ran into while leading the race. That was the tough one for me. So, but I enjoy riding Grand Bend, so I look forward to it for sure.
Should be a great race. Thank you for your time, Seb.
Thank you.
Love sitting down with the one and only Sebastian Tremblay, and glad to get him in here on the CSBK live stream. We have race number 6 of the season coming up as the riders are on the grid in their leathers with the tire warmers on and ready to go. We'll be right back after this for more exciting Bridgestone CSBK action.
Go the distance on the Bridgestone Ultra Weather tire. Engineered with our advanced Peak Life polymer compound for long-lasting wear resistance. Backed by a 100,000-kilometer limited mileage warranty.
Hi, I'm Jerry Ordanis, president of GP Bikes. Our goal is to make GP Bikes your one-stop shop for all your power sports needs. We offer a wide range of premium brands, including Ducati, BMW, Triumph, and Indian motorcycles. Plus, we offer a full parts and service department. From off-road to ATV to side-by-side and e-bikes, we've got it all. We ride so you can ride.
Welcome back to Grand Bend Motorplex. Marshall Ferguson alongside Andrew Nelson as we are getting set to go. They are clearing the grid as we speak. Anthems are complete. Shout out to Frank Wood, hammering out the anthem as always here on the road. And it is an exciting opportunity for Tommy Cassis, who is sitting on the pole, ran a 104.581 to take that top spot. As we dig into the track map before we get to the starting grid here during our warm-up lap. And we saw yesterday 2 main overtaking spots, Andrew, of course, going into turn number 1 and at the end of the back straight as well.
Yeah, the end of the back straight seemed to be the big one. Going into turn 1 is always a little bit tighter, but if they can get the guys set up coming between 7, 8, and 9, and then a good drive out of 9 going into turn 10, we'll probably see some good passing and drafting, especially with the way the wind is playing with us today.
Yeah, it's amazing how often the wind changes directions at this track. Of course, close to being on Lake Huron. Went down to the beach last night. Tons of people down there, and the waves look like it was the Atlantic, just 10 foot high, right? And that was at the end of a day where we had a breeze, and it feels like it has returned here once again today as they set off for the warm-up lap, and Tommy Cassis will lead the procession into turn number 1. And we get a chance to take a look at the starting grid for you here in OPP Racing Pro Supersport, race number 6 of the season.
So row 4, we got Sousa in the middle and Busick on the inside, and Rupert and McGowan in row 5.
Yeah, and it is Laurent Liberté Girard as well into the mix as Mac Wheel holding it down. We saw a competitive yesterday from checking there on the 241 bike. Nathan Playford was extremely competitive, battling it out as Brad McCrae as well on that second row with Cole Alexander. And then you know who's on the top row. It is the same trio that we have seen for much of the start of this campaign in 2026.
Yeah, those have been the fast 3 guys setting the benchmark for the year, and Cole Alexander right there with them as well. But hey, qualifying's done. This is race day. Those qualifying times don't matter now. Let's see what these boys can do.
As the breeze, again, kind of pushing them away from turn number 9 and away from the entrance to turn 10 here into the carousel as well as they make their way back to the starting grid. Thomas Cassis has won 4 of the first 5 races here in OPP Racing Pro Supersport in 2026. A remarkable accomplishment, especially when you consider the only race he has not won. He crashed out at Atlantic Motorsport Park in Shubenacadie, Nova Scotia, and waiting for his moment now to try and cement going into the final round of the season at Canadian Tire Motorsport Park his lead in this championship. But does Sebastian Tremblay, Matt Simpson, Cole Alexander, or potentially Nathan Playford have something to say about that? The lights are out and we are away. It's a great start from Cole Alexander into turn number 1. It looks like he's picked off Matt Simpson for now, but Simpson will have the inside. Alexander carries his speed through. It's Thomas Cassis ahead of Sebastian Tremblay as they make their way through turn number 2 into 3. Single file they go, and everyone looking like they're settling in very quickly as they head towards turn number 5, and it's Tremblay all over the back already of Cassis. Closes up onto the brakes, and through turn 6 they are as Alexander is into 3rd position.
Tremblay's not wasting any time today. He definitely looks like he's all over Thomas. He must have found some improvements on that engine overnight, and he's looking hungry. And Cole getting a little bit wide coming in there, so he lost a bit of the drive. And we'll see if Tremblay can stick a little closer to Casas down the straightaway, but still down a bit of power. Looks like Thomas is just pulling away down that straightaway.
And it was Alexander on the brakes going into the carousel in race number 5 yesterday on Saturday afternoon here at the beach that decided to take the lunge very early on up into the podium positions. Today he's already got that with a great launch off of turn number 1. As we complete the first lap, Thomas Cassis leads them across the stripe.
Great start. I think these first 5 guys are the right 5 guys to lead it. We'll see if Playford can kind of catch back up to Simpson a little bit, but they're just going to get settled in here and start running some pretty fast laps like they always do. And I think they're just going to be playing a little bit of cat and mouse early here, but Thomas and Seb have already pulled just a scotch of a gap on Cole.
And Cole trying to close that up into turn number 5, but yeah, I think you're right about this one, Andrew. The idea that Sebastian Tremblay does not, under any circumstances, want to sit back and allow Thomas Cassis to feel comfortable to manage the pace, to save his tires a little bit as he tries to maintain with them. And again, this was a breakaway pack of about 6 or 7 riders yesterday, and right now it looks like the front 4 making the difference. Nathan Playford doing everything he can on that Ducati to stay with the front 4.
In chatting with Thomas after the race yesterday, he actually felt like he needed to pick up the pace a little bit earlier in the race because he felt it had gotten a little bit too close. So you can definitely see Thomas is pushing very, very hard in the start of this race here. And with kicking it off at a 104.7 is basically as fast as he ran all day yesterday. So already on the very first lap of this race is a great lap time for him to put in. So you could tell he's trying to pull the gap right away, and Tremblay is going to stick there with him.
As Brad McRae and Mackenzie Wheel a little bit further back as they sit currently in, looks like 7th and 8th position, and trying to maintain their competitive level here early on. And it's always amazing, Andrew, the adrenaline of the first lap or two, and then they just have to settle in and start to find their rhythm, get into a pace that they feel comfortable. But there is definitely that feeling out right now of Tremblay wondering, is Cassis trying to gap me and get away, or is he going to sit here and allow me to be on his rear tire for the next couple of laps?
Well, I think Thomas is just riding as honestly as hard as he possibly can, and Tremblay seems to make up speed absolutely everywhere, but he's just not getting the drive out of turn 9 down the back straightaway, and that's where he's pulling the biggest gap. So Tremblay's going to have to figure out where he's a lot stronger than Thomas and utilize those areas to his advantage. And it looks like it's mostly through this part of the track here, through turns 1 and up to 5.
We've got 3 distinct battles unfolding right now as it stands. At the front, of course, Cassis and Tremblay. The fight for the final spot on the podium is Simpson against Cole Alexander, and then there's also a battle just a slight bit further back for 5th position, as well as Mac Wheel trying to hang on to Brad McRae, who looks like he's interested in trying to catch up in front to that battle for 5th position. But Cassis continuing to lead on the Fast Riding School Suzuki GSXR 750, and it is Sebastian Tremblay after some overnight alterations, which for a guy that always works on his own motorcycle, not new for Seb. Sometimes you wander past what he's doing at night in the pit box and you wonder, if the bike's even running properly, but it always is. He's just constantly looking for upgrades and tweaks.
Yeah, the upgrade just never end, it seems like, in racing, but we do have a pretty good gap here from 1st to 2nd and 2nd to 3rd, and or the 1st and 2nd, 3rd and 4th are together, and 5th and 6th are together. So, but Thomas put in a heck of a lap there, a minute 4.3 on that last lap, and pulled out a pretty good gap over Tremblay by 0.3 of a second.
Fastest lap in the race yesterday here Saturday at Grand Bend in OPP Racing Pro Supersport was actually Nathan Playford. We mentioned that off the top, and he had the pace consistently as well, but struggling to stick with that podium battle as it stands right now.
We'll see if Seb can keep the pressure on Thomas here and try to potentially force him into a bit of an error or two with the wind, maybe push him a little wide on the track. And I think Seb's doing a great job of keeping the pressure up. No different than the pressure if you take a little bit look further back and you take a look at Cole Alexander and Matt Simpson. Simpson's keeping the pressure on Cole Alexander, and no different than Spencer Chechen on Playford.
Matthew Simpson, a difficult injury last year in round number 1 at Shannonville Motorsport Park, was back by the end of the season, but definitely in his rhythm at the start of this year in his return to SMP down the road. And here in Ontario is Cole Alexander trying to hold him off as it stands right now. He's had to shut the door a couple of times, specifically on the exit of turn 2 into 3 right here where they ride through currently. But Alexander knows the angles, knows the defensive lines, obviously, of his local track here as well.
He definitely does, but he seems to have just a bit of an edge on Simpson, but I also think Simpson's maybe getting held up a little bit. If he can get by him here early, maybe he's got a chance to catch back up, but it really looks like Cassis and Tremblay have just edged out a big enough gap here that they're probably going to control this race.
Wide, aggressive line for Matt Simpson through turns 7 and 8, heading towards 9 where they hit now and pick up the drive down the back straight. See if he can get close enough to take a bit of a look as Cassis continues to maintain his gap out in front, and Simpson picking up speed but not able to catch Cole Alexander on this attempt. It's always the question here is, can you get close enough to ride on the brakes into the carousel and carry that speed through this kink back to turn number 1. It's amazing for such a short lap as well, Andrew, that the 2 main overtaking positions come within about 10 seconds of each other, right? It's like the rest of the lap is the work to open yourself up to the opportunities on the back half of the lap.
Yeah, it's a tough track to open up a gap, to close a gap. You don't have very many areas that you can really capitalize on, so you just hope to keep the pressure up and the person in front of you ends up making a mistake, which Simpson's definitely keeping the pressure up on Cole Alexander right now.
And Thomas Cassis out front has settled in to a couple of 104.3s, 104.4s as well, as he feels very comfortable leading this race, and roles reversed as it stands right now from what we saw back at Shannonville Motorsport Park, where it was Tremblay out in front, hanging on to the lead and trying to make life difficult for Thomas Cassis. Now Cassis getting the favor returned.
It seems like Thomas just putting in, 1 or 2 tenths every lap, just kind of eking out the gap, and then where Simpson is, he's just sticking right to him. So you definitely can tell that Simpson's got the pace over top of Alexander, and Matt's got to get by him here with a hard lunge late into the corner. Oh,
Simpson took a real good look there and showed the rear wheel of Cole Alexander's Suzuki that he was ready to try and lunge down in, but thought better of it. Is now see Spencer Checkin as well, battling with Nathan Playford as he thought about making a move through the exit of turn number 2 into turn 3. Cassis leads out in front, and it looks like, and Cole Alexander goes deep into turn 5, and he looks and has to concede the position as it goes to Matt Simpson. So back into the podium places, Alexander making a mistake as Nathan Playford continues to hold off, checking in that 5th spot, and Brad McRae tracking them down to try and stay in contention for the top 5.
Yeah, Brad McRae actually just put in his fastest lap of the race there at a minute 5.9. So great job for him. But as it kind of was looking, you could see Simpson was just putting the pressure on Cole, and it just made him run a little bit wide on the corner entry. And now Simpson's already pulled a pretty big gap after just a few corners from that mistake by Alexander.
Alexander made a mistake going into the final couple of corners at Shannonville Motorsport Park as well. A bit of a learning lesson as he drops the toe off the peg this time and heads down into turn number 1, trying to do everything he can to get back into the battle to finish on the podium in back-to-back days here at Grand Bend Motorplex. And man, Brad McRae has really picked up the pace. I don't think that the play for check-in battle is necessarily slowing them down all that much, but McRae has just decided to pick things up as we get another look at the 4-5 battle as it stands right now between Cole Alexander and it is Nathan Playford, and checking right there, wheel on wheel, and McRae, he's ready to pounce if anything happens.
And you got 3 pretty distinct different types of bikes here. Playford on a Ducati and Chechen on an older R6 who looks up the inside to try to make a pass, but it looks like the Ducati's definitely got the power on him down the back straightaway. So Checkin's having to work a little bit harder, but McRae's really closed in a lot on this lap, so he's going to start to try to take a look on the brakes here going in on off the back straightaway.
Yeah, tremendous run coming out of turn 9 that time for Brad McRae as he doesn't get close enough, but Checkin might have cost himself some time by lunging down the inside in turn number 9, and Playford able to hold him off, which brings McRae right back into the middle of it. We've reached the midway point of this race. Thomas Cassis out in front, but a couple of great battles continuing to evolve with us here on the Bridgestone CSBK live stream. As we thank you for being with us on YouTube, CSBK Facebook, of course. Follow along on the CSBK socials on Instagram as well, and the FIM MotoGP, the Moto Television as well. As Cassis controlling the tempo, Matt Simpson settling in, but man, this battle a little bit further back for 5th position and has Playford playing world-class defense currently.
Yes, Spencer Checkins looks like he's riding real hard through the corners. He definitely has the speed through the corners and looking to make a pass here.
And takes that nose right off the front of Checkins' motorcycle, does Nathan Playford. You called it, but again, can McRae capitalize?
Well, they're both on R6s right now, so they're pretty equal down the straightaway, but that Ducati pulls about a 10 to 15 bike length gap down the straightaway, so Spencer Checkins having to ride real hard to try to keep up to him. He's got to get ahead of Playford a little earlier in the lap if he wants to have a chance to not have Playford go past him on the straightaway.
Tremblay watching Cassis at the front as Cole Alexander a little bit further back than Matt Simpson. But yeah, Checkin having to ride the wheels off this thing going into turn 1 specifically. And it's a strange situation for him, right, Andrew? Because he needs to ride as hard as he possibly can to try and catch Nathan Playford on the Ducati in front of him. But every time that he gives up a tenth or two trying to lunge down the inside, Brad McRae is right there and ready to pounce.
Yeah, I don't know if he's thinking about Brad McRae, but he's certainly looking at Playfair, trying to size him up, and I'm wondering if he's going to give him another go here going into turn 9.
They make their way through the 7-8 complex. This is where he's been very quick, takes a bit of a wider aggressive line, carries the speed through, gets close, and this time later on the brakes, he felt it out. Can he get it stopped and turned? And he gets back on the throttle. Now can the Ducati use a little bit of draft in that horsepower as all of a sudden you let the horses loose on the dock and he passes back. So all that work for Checkin. Now he goes later on the brakes, all the way down into the carousel. They pass each other twice on the back straight alone, and Checkin will carry his speed through the kink and back towards the stripe. Now he got the pass done, but can he hold Playford off as McRae continues to have the best seat in the house here at Grand Bend?
Awesome work by Chekin, getting that pass done where he really needed to not have Playford be able to pull away so far on the straightaway, and just used great late breaking pass on him. So he's already pulled a pretty significant gap on Playford, so he definitely has the pace to kind of escape McRae and Playford here.
A 105.9 for Spencer Chekin on that last lap, in which he was able to pass Nathan Playford, who sits now currently into 6th position, and it was a 106.450. So obviously the entanglement, specifically at turn number 9, slowing down Nathan Playford just a little bit. And you got to respect the patience maybe of Brad McRae more than anything else at this point, because there's a lot of riders that would have seen this battle up front and said, I'd like to just chuck myself into both of you and see what happens.
Well, no doubt. Brad would love to get in there, but at the same time, he's had a couple injuries earlier this year, and I think he's just wanted to make sure he finishes the race and feels comfortable again so he can go off to the next round. But he also feels great to be inside of a race too.
Get a look coming through with Sebastian Tremblay as gets an opportunity to continue carrying his speed through these corners and try to make his impact, perhaps tracking down Thomas Cassis. You haven't missed anything up front, in case you're wondering, as Tommy continues to set the pace and the tone of this race. And it is still Matt Simpson sitting in 3rd, gapping just a little bit Cole Alexander, who gave up that podium position with an error going into turn number 5. Then he makes his way through the 5-6 complex now, as Chekin sees Nathan Playford go a little bit wide, and Playford actually went off here on the exit of turn 6 yesterday, and that cost him some time. And Brad McRae all over the back of the Ducati suddenly.
Maybe McRae's going to take a page out of Chekin's playbook. Chekin's the local guy, knows where the passes are, and maybe McRae saw something earlier, so he might try to line Playford up going into turn 9 and another lap or two as well.
What do you think being a local guy is worth around here? Because it seems like on the braking zones, whether it's into 9 or at the end of the back straight, it earns you like a 10th just to know this place at the very least.
And a 10th at this track is a lot, right? So they know where to pass and do it and feel comfortable with it, because they do it with the SOAR regional series. It happens here a lot, right? So, but out front, like you said, I was just watching Thomas's lap times. He has not done a lap outside of minute 5 yet. He's been in minute 4 every single lap. So he's just putting in great pace and just slowly eking away from Tremblay.
And Thomas Cassis as well, working with Tony Sharpless in the Supersonic Road Race School, and I think a lot of people in the paddock at various times have said, well, Tommy's just riding the small bikes and he's doing 1 billion laps and he's coaching kids and all. Is there really any advantage to that? You got to think on days like this where it's hot, he's used to doing those mini bike endurance races and all the rest, and Tommy just seems like he is completely unbothered this season when he's out in front, or even if he's sitting at a close second spot, that he can just keep doing laps over and over and over again that are very, very similar.
Any laps are good laps on a bike, and the more he does, the more you get used to different conditions. Hot, cold, rain, doesn't matter. And Thomas is really showing that, his level of consistency. He's also another rider who puts a lot of effort into his condition on the bike through all the different temperatures. So he's doing a great job again, and again, another lap underneath a minute 5. So he's setting a really great pace here, lap after lap. Even though, you and I were worse, Dan, we can feel the wind really heavy, and I know that's having an effect of these guys on the track. It'll be pushing them wider on certain areas, especially going in this next left-hand corner here that Thomas is going to be going into. It's going to push him wide, and same thing as he goes into the next right-hander here into turn 9. It pushes him off the track, so he has to wait a little bit more while the wind dies down before he doesn't go right off the track.
Yeah, you tuck underneath, obviously, to pick up as much speed as you can on the back straight here, Andrew, but I do wonder, with the wind hitting you at the side, how much kind of weebling and wobbling there is of the motorcycle, even at top speed there, because you're just getting blasted from the right-hand side.
Yeah, in some areas it definitely feels weird where you're leaning in a straightaway to push up against the wind, but once you kind of get comfortable with it, it's good. It's just if the wind dies down all of a sudden, then it certainly feels weird.
Sebastian Tremblay, by the way, trying to track down Thomas Cassis up front. The last couple of laps, he's ran a 105 flat at this point, so very rhythmic as you would expect from Tremblay, but unable to close down that gap as it stands right now. And the great question becomes, they're about to hit some lapped traffic as the wind continues to pick up. The direction it's going as well, I wonder whether or not that factored into Cole Alexander getting pushed a little bit wide going on the entrance to turn number 5, as it looks like Dante Busick is the rider up ahead of Thomas Cassis as they head through 7 and 8. And down into turn number 9, and will Cassis wait it out for just a moment here and pick up the drive coming out of 9? He will, and try to pass Busick on the back straight as clean as possible, but I'm sure Busick will put up the best fight that he can, but does a great job of acknowledging it is the leaders coming up behind him, and Tremblay won't get any tow from the back marker.
Well, that's a great job by him. It's nice to see to just be so aware of what's going on the track. And Thomas can keep focusing, putting in the lap after lap, and keep pushing that gap on Tremblay.
As they cross the stripe here once again, and we've got just a few more laps to go at Grand Bend Motorplex in OPP Racing Pro Super Sport. Tremendous category, depth of field, top end talent's got a little bit of everything for everybody. And right now the podium stands with Thomas Cassis, Sebastian Tremblay, and Matt Simpson. Shouldn't be any changes to that barring any drama, but Cole Alexander in 4th. Spencer Checken has held on to that 5th position as well. Nathan Playford was in 5th for a while, dropped back to 6th. And Brad McRae still unable to get past through, but a wonderful job of staying with this top 6.
You know, just watching Thomas going around, he looks like he's on cruise control a little bit. He's not, doesn't seem to be manhandling the bike anywhere. He's not moving around super heavy on the bike. He looks smooth, cool, and collected. So he must be getting some good pit board signs from his team to know that he's got about 2.5 second, a little over 2.5 second lead on Tremblay. So with only 2 to go here, he's just going to keep clicking away in his flat minute 5s and put the pressure on.
Managing his pace just a little bit. His final lap is underway. The white flag flies. Brad McRae getting a little bit aggressive and racy with Nathan Playford here in the closing stages of this one as Cassis makes his way through the bus stop one more time in front of the grandstand. Great to see so many people out here at Grand Bend Motorplex for the Bridgestone Canadian Superbike Championship National. And it will be Cassis making his way once again through turn 5 and 6, smooth as he's been since the very first lap. He has led the entire way from start to finish as it stands right now, and Sebastian Tremblay will not get a victory as Cassis eyes up, winning 5 of the first 6 races in Pro Supersport. Nice return on investment from the Fast Riding School sponsored Suzuki, you'd have to think, when they believed they were just going to do the first round at Shannonville, his happy hunting ground of a home track.
It's turned out great for Thomas and the team. He's won this championship before, so he kind of knows what he's doing to take this thing home, and it's no surprise. The guys know what he's doing. He's on a great bike. He's got a great team around him, and that's why you got him and Tremblay 1st and 2nd. And
it will be Tommy Cassis coming to the line and receiving the checkered flag. He wins 5 of the first 6 races here in OPP Racing Pro Supersport. Sebastian Tremblay, you heard from him in the pre-race. He understands what it takes to get victories, but this year it's been all Cassis all the time as defending champion Torrin Collins not here for a full calendar this year season, and thinking about Torrin as he suffered a big injury down in Moto America recently. But Matthew Simpson rounds out the podium. Cole Alexander, the local phenom rookie, he's in 4th. And Spencer Checken brings home a very strong 5th position. And a great race out front for Thomas Cassis, who finally gets caught by Sebastian Tremblay after the waving of the checkered flag.
Well, don't rub any salt in those wounds. You know, it was a great race by both of them. You could tell Tremblay had improved from what he did yesterday a little bit after he went to work last night on the engine. But Thomas, like he said yesterday to me after dinner, he wanted to get away and escape. He felt like the gap had closed down a little bit too tight on him at the end of the race, and he did what he set out to do. So that means he's just really in tune with his bike and his team and what his expectations are. So absolutely a great ride by Thomas, and you know, looking forward to what the races are going to bring forward to him at Mosport in a couple weeks.
So add another double in a 50-point weekend for Thomas Cassis here in Grand Bend. He did the same thing in Shannonville Motorsports Park in round number 1. Then he won the Sunday race number 4 of the Pro Supersport category out in Shubenacadie, Nova Scotia at Atlantic Motorsport Park. Carries the momentum in from that Sunday and picks up another checkered flag. Tons of support for Tommy as well around. People on the paddock love seeing him get on the motorcycle and do what he is so able to do, which is just set fast lap after fast lap. It's big hugs all around, and into the boot it goes for Tommy.
Riders coming around and give him a congratulations. Always feels nice to be a part of it. And obviously you want the boot in your, or you want the flag in your boot, but Tommy deserved it, 100%.
And he will get a chance to go around and celebrate as Mackenzie Wheel drops in to congratulate Tommy on another one. And you just get the sense of how loved the guy is, right? Anybody who's in the national paddock understands how fast he is, how consistent he is, and Laurent Liberté-Girard as well right there, making sure that he dropped in to say hello to the number 18 as Cassis pulls a little victory wheelie here, and we'll get a chance to spend a minute or two spinning it around Grand Bend Motorplex. As we get a chance to take a peek at the full race standings and where everyone shook out at the end of this one, as Cassis, with his best time of a 104.363, he set the pace. He was up at the front. Tremblay tried to answer it, but not only did he take home the double win this weekend, Cassis also, unlike yesterday, claims the best lap time.
Yeah, and the gaps are a little bit bigger than they were yesterday. Tremblay obviously slowed down on the last lap by going 1.6 slower, but Thomas was consistent every lap. So from a 104.3 up to a 105.1, I think was the slowest lap on the last lap. So he knew where he was at, which was great to see. And he's proud of what he accomplishes. And one thing he said, the other racers coming out to congratulate him, he's one of the nicest guys in the paddock, and you would never know talking to him that he's a fierce competitor on the track. When you see him face to face, he's just such a nice person, and it comes from his family. So hats off to him. He's doing a great job again, and congratulations to Thomas and the Fast Riding School Suzuki.
An unassuming guy as well, right? So kind, so gentle, so well spoken, and gets an opportunity here to take home the victory. And it's the interesting thing I find about this too is that we talked about Brad McRae and some of the injuries that he has gone through, right? Anytime that you are dealing with wrists, hand, things like that, it's very difficult to regain that confidence and to know that you can lunge in on people, trust the braking. Thomas Cassis has gone through a ton of injuries in his career, and specifically wrists. So to see him where he's at right now after those injuries and how comfortable he is, that is a testament to how hard he's worked to get back.
100%. And I think part of it too is he was a little bit younger when it happened, right? As you get a bit older, those injuries get a little bit harder to come back from. So he kind of came back to the right time. But he is a guy who keeps himself in great shape as well. And some of his own schooling that he's gone to university for has helped him kind of rehabilitate himself as well. So he's done a good job at mending his body and getting himself back in a great shape. And who knows where this could take him? Like, he's feeling extremely comfortable on this bike, and certainly on the path to win the championship now with winning 5 of 6. Who knows what he's going to want to do next year?
And so important as well for Thomas Cassis, considering that he is in control of the championship coming into these rounds, that when we go to Mosport, you know this, Andrew, you never know what's going to, there's wild cards that show up, there's different motorcycles, brands, manufacturers, models, whatever. We love CTMP so much because it's always a wild weekend. Pretty important if you're in front of the championship to get your business done now for Tommy, because you don't know what's coming in a couple of months.
100%. Right? Tommy's going to go into the race and want to win it right off the go and not really leave anything to chance with a race or two left. And the thing at Mosport too is you get dry, you get monsoon rain,
right.
Like anything can happen at that track on the different days of each one of those days. So Thomas will want to go out there and get it done right away. But like you said, anybody could show up at any time. That race, tons of stuff can happen with the drafting that happens there. So I think going into the final round is just going to be that much more exciting to see how this can go, because there is a close enough points gap where Tremblay can definitely close in on Thomas.
Absolutely. Great stuff. We will throw it down to the podium celebrations as Frank Wood leading the procession as always.
Trophy presentation from Jim Dowell from Bridgestone Tires, and Matt makes his way up to the podium as we make our second call out. The shaker, Sebastian Tremblay, in second spot, makes his way up to the podium after receiving the trophy from Jim Dowell, and a big smile on the shaker's face as he gets up into second position. And right now, having finished his interview for television, race winner, put your hands together for this young man. I said it yesterday, Colombia's loss was Canada's gain. Tommy Cassis has scored yet another national championship win here for the Fast Riding School Suzuki. Up on the box with you, mister. Let's get up close together, gentlemen, as though you like one another for a moment. And we'll get some shots made just before we get a chance to talk to you. Trophies in the air. Stand close together, please. Beautiful, aren't they? Okay, we'll move over to this side of the box and a chat with Matt Simpson. Matthew, congratulations, young man. I'm pleased to be speaking with you again.
Yeah, it feels great to be back up here again. It's been a little bit of a rough patch since the start of the season at Shannonville, but it feels good to get back up here today. Unfortunately, I didn't have anything for those two today, hopefully next round, but it was a great race all around.
Sponsors.
Yeah, there's so many people who have helped me get here that I got to thank. First off, big thanks to my parents for all they do for me, my sister for coming out all the time, Marco and Christy Sousa for all the help that they've given me this year. Lean Angle Motorsports, Forsaken Triple Clamps, Hindle Exhaust, Bickle Racing, Vortex, all the guys who have come on behind me. I know I'm missing a few. Next Helmets was a big one for this year, so big thanks to them, and Importation Stebo. And big thanks for all the fans and the series for putting on a great event.
Well said, young man. Ladies and gentlemen, your third place finisher, Matt Simpson. Over to this side, and the gentleman that we call the Shaker, his name is Sebastian Tremblay, and he is in second spot in this contest. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you, Frank. It was a good race. I had a decent start. Tommy led the whole race, but I tried to keep him honest. He had a relentless pace and wasn't making too many mistakes, so it was really difficult for me back there just to try and follow him. But I try to push all the way to the end and see if anything happened by the end with the lappers and anything. But unfortunately, by 2 laps from the end, it was a little bit too late for me to do anything, so I slowed down a little bit. But no, it was good. Tommy did a phenomenal race. I'm happy with the performance we had this weekend. It's not, I won't say it's my favorite track. We had some past issue around here, so it's good to finish twice on the box. So I'm glad for that. Sponsors. I would like to thank Suzuki Canada for helping us this year. I've got Fast Riding School as well. My whole crew at ST Motorsport. We've done a phenomenal job yesterday. We've changed our head gasket on our engine in about 3 hours, so it was quite good to feel my bike like it used to be this morning. Otherwise, Bickle Racing, Hindle Exhaust, and that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Well said. Ladies and gentlemen, second place finisher, Sebastian Tremblay. And now to the top of the box, and Tommy causes Tommy, right from the get-go, you got gone.
Yeah, Frankie, very, very happy with today's race. We did small changes after yesterday's race because these guys were right on me, and even Sebastian this morning, he was right on pace, so I knew he was going to stay on me the whole race, and I saw that gap slightly opening, and then he closed it up again, so I had to push all the way to the end. It was a really hot race, and yeah, just very happy to nurse at home. These Bridgestone tires work phenomenal today, and very happy to get away with the double this weekend. Yeah, just got to give a big thank you to my whole team, my dad, James, Zach, and Fast Riding School, Suzuki Canada, Fast Sprinting Press. They're my main sponsors that are making this possible, and everyone else that's supporting me. A big thank you to Bickle Racing, Hindle Exhaust, Forsaken Triple Clamps, DP Brakes, Vortex, everyone that's behind me. Just a big thank you. A big thank you to the series for putting on again a great show, to all the marshals and the fans sticking it out there. It was a really hot day, and I just want to give a big thank you to all the family and friends watching from home. And yeah, big congrats to these guys, and I'm looking forward to CTMP.
Well said. Ladies and gentlemen, that completes your podium for the OPP Racing Pro Super Sport Division. We will now call upon Jim Dowell from Bridgestone Tires to present each one of these riders with their bottle of champagne. The teams may want to move these motorcycles out of the way, otherwise they're most certainly going to get covered in sticky champagne. Your call. I, for one, am moving away from the podium and upwind. I've learned from experience not to stand downwind when they start spraying the champagne. So here we go. The bubbly's coming out. Thank you very much, Jim. Upwind, buddy. That's the idea. All right, now the cork race, champagne, and it was Sebastian Tremblay that was most successful on that one. He was the first one to get the cork out. And they celebrate once more. Okay, that completes our podium for the OPP Racing Pro Super Sport Division here at Grand.
Well, it is the reappearance of the champagne celebrations. They've returned just like Tommy Cassis back to the podium. We haven't seen that in a little while, but great to have the celebrations on tap. A Sunday special maybe here in Bridgestone CSBK, but wonderful race by Thomas Cassis. Great effort by him, now of course in control of the championship. Congratulations to Sebastian Tremblay, Matt Simpson, as well as a couple of other great races that we got a chance to highlight as well. Looking forward to seeing those guys coming up at Canadian Tire Motorsport Park a little bit later on in the calendar. For now, we will take a quick break. When we return, it is Eric Tricko and Jacob Black with more of the amateur categories. There's plenty of great racing in those as well. Andrew and I will be back with the GP Bikes Pro Superbike feature class coming up for you in just a couple of hours, and see whether or not Ben Young can double down on his effort yesterday, or whether David McKay on pole has something for him. For now, thank you so much for watching. We'll be right back with more great Bridgestone CSBK action after this.
Go the distance on the Bridgestone Ultra Weather tire. Engineered with our advanced Peak Life polymer compound for long-lasting wear resistance. Backed by a 100,000-kilometer limited mileage warranty.
Hi, I'm Jerry Ordanis, president of GP Bikes. Our goal is to make GP Bikes your one-stop shop for all your power sports needs. We offer a wide range of premium brands, including Ducati, BMW, Triumph, and Indian motorcycles. Plus, we offer a full parts and service department. From off-road to ATV to side-by-side and e-bikes, we've got it all. We ride so you can ride.
And welcome back to round 4 of the Bridgestone Canadian Superbike Series here at Grand Bend Motorplex. Eric Tritko joined with Jacob Black, and we're going to be getting into the EBC Amateur Sport Bikes right after a great showing by Tommy Casas in the OPP Pro Sport Bikes.
Yeah, it was a dominant ride by Tommy. Pulled out a gap and just managed that for the whole race, and Yeah, it was interesting. There was a lot of really interesting battles throughout the pack in that one, though.
Yeah, this was ABC Amateur Sport Bike was a good race yesterday, and let's go through. Actually, Jacob, you want to go through the grid with that since you got that handy there?
Yeah, we'll count them down. From 10th on the grid is Doug Newman out of Toronto, Ontario. On row 3 and in 9th position is Alexander Ray. Then we'll see Joshua Hodgson starting from the 8th position. Then we'll see Alexis Baudouin starting from 7th. The championship leader there starting from 7th on the grid. Michael Black starting from 6th. Jeremy Lazure, a mechanic for Sebastian Tremblay, starting from 5th on the grid. Then Jeff Barnard starting from 4th after his unfortunate get-off yesterday. Julia Kranz, the local saw rider, starting from 3rd on the grid. Ahead of her is Bailey Ives starting from 2nd on the grid. And ahead of him is Braden Stewart, who put on a really good show yesterday, starting from the pole position, local rider with a lot of speed on board.
Yeah, it's going to be a great, good race, and as you said yesterday, it was great in between a few different riders there. So looking forward to getting this thing underway as the riders are making their way up into their starting positions there. Take about another 15 seconds or so, and as you said yesterday, this is the time when you got a routine. You got to just make yourself calm, relax, try to keep the butterflies at bay, and just concentrate on the lights going out.
Keep that steady breathing, keep that focus. You know, you want to look as far ahead down the road as you can. If you look directly in front of you, that's where you go. If you look right down to turn 1, you get there in a big hurry, and that's what these guys will be looking to do, is get that right launch and fire into turn 1.
And they're off. Good start on the outside, but it looks like our pole sitters got it into turn number 1 and already trying to draw a gap, already 2 bike lengths as they go in there. The gap between 2nd and 3rd, that's tremendous. All right, take a look at here in coming into turn number 1, where it got in a little hot and ran right on into the grass. We'll get that number for you here in just a second. They're trying to get the bike restarted. Or see what's going to happen there. They looks like they ran into a problem. But meanwhile, up front,
after carrying the front wheel for most of the front straight there into turn 1, Bailey Ives had to slot into 2nd behind the local there, Braden Stewart. And Braden Stewart's going to try and make that gap, but I think today Bailey Ives is going to be able to go with him early. And behind them, Julia Kranz and Jeff Barnard renew that battle that they had early in yesterday's race. Coming down to the front straight, and there's Jeff Barnard, I think that is, or is it Jeremy Lazure, sorry, taking Julia Kranz for 3rd on the way into the carousel. So it looks like it was indeed Jeremy Lazure that made that pass into the carousel as they come through the kink. Oh, that bike had a big moment coming through the kink there on that front straightaway, and now Bailey's closed right up on the back of the local rider, Braden Stewart.
Yeah, that battle between Lazure and Julia Kranz definitely heating up right there. Julia looking for any kind of way they can get through there.
And it was Michael Black that was in the grass, but he has rejoined the race. So
all right, that back up to that battle for the lead here between Braden Stewart and Bailey Ives. Bailey, champion, he's got to worry about that championship, but after coming so close yesterday, he definitely is going to want to stand on top of the podium as they make their way down the backstretch here. Let's see if anyone's getting the better jump. Anyone's got a big horsepower advantage. Fairly even, I would say, as they go down the main straight. Now, who's going to be braver on the brakes as they come into the carousel?
That local knowledge is paying off there for Braden Stewart.
Just a little bit, yeah.
He is riding pretty comfortably out the front of this one. I talked to Bailey Ives last night and asked him if he was consolidating or thinking about the championship at all. He said, no, not at all. He was hungry for the win. So Bailey Ives has got a one-track mind, and that one track at the moment is focused on the rear end of that motorcycle of Braden Stewart. Jeremy Lazure and Julia Kranz now into the bus stop, and Julia Kranz closes up on the back of Jeremy.
Looked like Bailey had just a little bit of a moment there in that bus stop section and might have lost about a bike length and a half for that. Yep, here we are in that 3-4 battle as Julia continues to getting ready to pounce here, just looking for that opportunity, see if they're going to make someone's going to make a mistake and have that door open for them.
And it's Jeff Barnard's actually not out there on the track today, so he's a non-starter in this one after his get-off yesterday. That's unfortunate, but what that is good news for is Alexis Baudouin, who's running in 5th at the moment, and that's one less rider between him and Bailey Ives, his championship rival.
All right, Lazur looks like he lost just, Lazur was able to gap just a little bit more down the back stretches. They're making their way through the carousel. One more time, they come blasting by the camera position there.
That kink there in that left-hand kink on that front straightaway is a really interesting little part of this track, because you'll actually see the bikes, when they're pushing hard, get both wheels off the ground over the little hump there, but it's flat out corner for most of these bikes and most of these riders, and it's daunting, I can tell you, when you go through there.
Yeah, Julia stalking, they're looking for a way through, but Lazur just holding tight. Not really riding any kind of defensive line yet either, just trying to keep that flow going like they're running normal laps. So if he was taking more of a defensive line here, you think Julia might have a better opportunity, but when you look at the lines he's taken through here, Jacob, he seems to be just running his own race.
He seems to be like he's focused forward and running his own race, but what I am seeing is that Julia is really comfortable exploring the limits of the racetrack and finding her way around this track. She knows this track really, really well. Jeremy Lazur, I don't think he's ever actually been here on a race bike before, and these two have been locked in battle at every round so far this season. In fact, they came together after the checkered flag at Superbike in Atlantic Motorsport Park. So these guys are having a good battle, and Bailey now is closing a little bit on the back of Braden Stewart.
It looked like Julia was going to have a look into turn number 1, but just not close enough. Trying to take a tighter line here through the bus stop section, trying to gather just a little bit more speed, as we're seeing Jeremy Lazur now maybe taking more of a defensive line, definitely taking a much tighter line as they come into that short chute.
So Julia really prefers that wide line where you let the bike sweep out in that long kind of triple apex right-hander so that she can drive harder down that short chute towards what I call turn number 4, whereas Jerry likes that traditional hug the inside of the curb all the way around. And both of them are making speed in different ways, but arriving at similar lap times.
Yeah, if we look at it, Lazur, as you can see on our timing screen, 108.559. Julia 108.598. I mean, you know, they're basically pick 'em at that point. Meanwhile, our leader Stewart is a 107.100. Bailey Ives just did a 106.787, which is tremendous. So he's working, trying to close. But we're staying on this battle for 3rd and 4th right now as we watch Lazur and Julia Kranz once again putting it into turn 1 into that bus stop section. Okay, back to the lead here as Bailey Ives has definitely closed up here on the back of Stewart.
Bailey's closed the gap, and he looks very, very hungry at the moment. I think that within the next couple of laps, we're probably going to see Bailey shape up for a move here on Braden Stewart. And Braden obviously very comfortable with this racetrack and very comfortable with his machine. Bailey, as we come out of the hairpin, is going to drop back just a position or 2. Braden gets a really good drive, but then Bailey in the tuck, in the draft, is going to range up on the back of Braden Stewart as they head down into the carousel.
Yeah, a lot of closing speed for Bailey on that one, but it looks like Braden was able to hold him in the brakes, go even a little bit deeper than Bailey. So as they make their way to cross start finish, it'll be 6 laps left to go now between as these pair battles. It was a 107.071 to a 107.320. So Bailey had dropped about 0.6 of a second on that lap. Got to have to start pushing it just a little bit more, try to get back into that 106 frame there, I think, if he wants to try and get around Stewart, because as you said, Stewart's got a groove worn into this place. He knows exactly where to put that motorcycle.
It feels like every time Bailey puts a big push on and really forces his way forward, Braden's able to respond just that little bit, just enough to keep him at bay, and it's probably getting really frustrating for Bailey at the moment, sitting in a washing brief.
Julia Kranz able to get around Jeremy Lazur now into 3rd position. It looks like they did that coming into turn number 1. So Julia Kranz turning her best lap time, a 108.410, and finally makes it up onto a podium spot. But they're going to have to work hard to hold that position. So great battles going on, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd and 4th.
And the leaders now are going to arrive at the back of Mike Black very, very shortly. So the lap rider there, Mike Black, who had that incident at the start of the race, rejoined the race, and now he's got some company coming behind him, and hopefully he's aware and can make some room. And it's a narrow track and it's a small track, so you get up to the lap riders quickly, and it can be tricky if you're one of those lap riders, as I unfortunately was earlier today.
Yeah, we'll see if they try to stuff them here as they come into the infield section here at the halfway mark now for this race, and we'll see how they deal with Mr. Black here. Gonna try and get
It looks
caught
like
up here.
Braden's gonna. Braden had to think about it in the right-hand kink of the dog leg there, but now I think they'll be able to comfortably pull this off on the front straight, on the back straight rather. I think this one should be fairly easy. Mike Black's got some motor. He got a good drive out of there.
Yep.
Hopefully he's aware. And Bailey's the beneficiary. It looks like Bailey's taking a lunge. Bailey to the inside. Braden Stewart just releases the brake, rails around the outside, says, no, thank you. I see that you're here, but I'm going to keep a hold of this position for now. Thank you very much.
Almost able to use that double draft to get underneath. If he would have had another 100 meters, he might have made it work there. Now back into the infield section. Bailey looking to attack there, trying to find that tighter line. It looks like it might have cost him just a little bit right there. Now making their way through onto the short chute once again.
That transition there out of the left-hander into the right-hander in front of the grandstands there is so tricky to manage, because if you do get a little bit greedy with the throttle on the way out of 2, you'll end up being too wide and it compromises your exit for 3, and then that whole short chute down towards the 90-degree right and then the 90-degree left.
All right, making their way onto the backstretch once again. Bailey is close enough. He's definitely got the draft. If he's got enough motor to take use of it, but it looks like Stewart just has just that little bit more and is able to hold him off once again. So only four laps left to go. It'll actually be 3 as they cross the start-finish line now. So just 3 laps to go. Bailey's going to have to find a way to get around him here relatively quickly. I think he knows where he's stronger. He's just got to, like you say, just let the brake, release the brake a little bit more, or a little bit later.
And just let that bike sail. There's some reanimation too in that battle for 3rd position, with Jeremy Lazua getting closer to the back of Julia Kranz now as well. So that one's heated back up. Bailey, that was an ambitious probably move. I think Bailey maybe was a little deep into turn number 4, and that compromised him through turn 5 and has let Braden jump out a little bit as they head up to the hairpin and onto the back straight now.
Well, leaders definitely know it's go time, as Stewart turned a 106.670. Bailey just a fraction behind him, a 106.727.
He's got a sniff.
Got a sniff. Here we go. Who's going to be latest on the brakes? Bailey's got him.
This time, can he block? Spencer had to take 2 bites out of the corner there, because I don't think he was expecting Bailey to check up quite as much on the corner entry. And that's compromised him, and that's given Bailey the opportunity to pull out a bike length or 2 as they head now down to turn number 1 once again.
All right, penultimate lap coming up here as our 2 leaders now making their way through the bus stop area, and Bailey's got a couple 5-6 bike lengths now as they're making their way towards the short chute, looking for that battle for 3rd and 4th real quickly. Julia looks like she's been able to pull out just a little bit over Jeremy there.
Braden just had a big moment coming down the front, the short chute there. So he was aggressive with the throttle, and the bike was dancing around at the rear behind him. And that's again let Bailey skip out just another couple of bike lengths. And I think Bailey now is trying to wrest control of this one. His last lap by was a 106 compared to Braden's 107.
Down the backstretch, and Bailey definitely holding that gap. Stewart just a little bit too far behind to get any kind of draft. Bailey's getting through the carousel here. He's going to see the blue and white last lap flag this time by, as starter Chris Chappelle has it in his hands. Bailey Ives has opened up about a 3/4 of a second lead as he crosses start-finish to take this final lap. 106.2 for Bailey Ives. He is on the gas and charging home towards the checkered flag and standing on top of the box here at the Grand Bend Motorsport. Don't know if Brandon's going to be able to do anything about it now. That's a good 2.5 gap that Bailey has. Looking at that battle for 3rd and 4th position, it is nose to tail once again. So that'll be something we're going to keep our eyes on. But
So the lap traffic there is impacting Julia Kranz, and that might let Jeremy Lazur have another crack at it. Bailey Ives pulled the pin on that last lap, and I hope now he knows that he's got a good gap and he can consolidate. He was loose coming out of the hairpin there.
Yeah, that back end was hopping around, got a little ambitious, and went out on those rumble strips out there. That looked a little ugly.
Up and doesn't need to do that because he's rounding the final corner now and heading to the checkered flag.
All right, Bailey Ives getting ready to lift the front wheel as he gets ready to take the checkered flag. Bailey Ives, second place. Coming home will be Brandon Stewart. Now we look for Julia Kranz as she's making their way into through the carousel area, and then they'll come home third once again with a great run there, and with the checkered flag. So what a great race here we've had to get things going after that pro sport bike race here. These AMs, they're not giving up anything.
No, they were putting it on. Bailey Ives there, that 106 with 2 laps to go, really put things on the line, and that was a good wheelie. And I saw him pull up alongside Braden Spencer there, or Braden Stewart rather, and congratulate each other. So those guys enjoyed that one. I enjoyed that one.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. That's what we like, and that's what we see through all the classes here at Bridgestone Canadian Superbike Championship. Here through all of our classes, there's always good battles that are happening throughout the race. So.
And Julia Kranz was able to hold on from Jeremy Lazur, so she gets another podium in the EBC Brakes Amateur Sport Bike Championship. And then Joshua Hodgson in 5th, Alexander Ray 6th, Alexei Baudouin in 7th in the end, and that has implications for the championship.
100%. Yeah, we'll have to flip and look at some of the points here and see what we can come up with, especially after yesterday. I don't think I added everything back up, but yeah, it's going to be. Bailey's going to be within, I'm going to say, about 5 points by the time we put all the maths together on that one. So it's going to be real interesting going into the final round of the series at Canadian Tire Motorsport Park.
And I know for a fact that Bailey's pretty rapid there, so this is going to be an interesting one. Alexei Baudouin, I know, has a good rig and a good team behind him, but yeah, Bailey Ives has done everything he needed to do.
Yep, Bailey Ives is your winner. Braden Stewart in 2nd, Julia Kranz in 3rd, Jeremy Lazur in 4th. Hodgson comes home in 5th position, Ray in 6th, Baudouin in 7th, and Michael Black comes home in 8th position after would have been a little bit closer there with a bunch of other people, but unfortunately had a little problem right at the start going into turn number 1.
Yeah, it took a little bit of time to get running, and thankfully rejoined the race and had some fun out there. And I know that he also had some support and some help from the local Mike Kranz, Julia Kranz's father, and Timmerman Construction, who actually helped Mike Black get on the grid this weekend, and a couple other riders too. So big thanks to him.
Yeah, Timberman Timber Frames helping out, I think 10 or 12 riders here this weekend. So thank you to them. We'll eventually come up and when we're done here, as we watch Bailey take his victory lap with the checkered flag, and we'll talk a little bit about the special hat that you're wearing. I have one, but I didn't earn it. It was given to it. So talk a little bit about this Bridgestone hat that you wear and why it is so special.
Yeah, this is one of the podium hats that we get from Bridgestone when we do get it on the box, and I'm lucky enough to have a couple of them now, and very, very grateful. And you know, Bridgestone gives so much support to this series, and the tyres are great and everything else. So I'm really enjoying having this hat, and I'm wearing it proudly up here on the telly today.
Yeah. So yeah, you do not get one of those hats unless you win. So if you ever see someone wearing that particular hat, they've stood on the box. So it's a very cool hat. I was given one. I have never put it on my head because I have not earned it.
Oh
so.
No, I don't know. I feel like you've earned it with everything you do for our sport. But
I appreciate that.
Bailey disappointed me, I got to tell you, because I expected a monster stand-up wheelie from Bailey down the back straight. He promised me one after he'd win.
Yep.
He didn't do it. And we're going to have to
have a conversation.
We're going to have to tune him up on that one later.
So he's going to have to do one up the back, all the way up the back stretch at CTMP.
That's what we're hoping.
All right. All right, so we're going to continue our coverage here. We'll be going to the podium in just a couple of minutes with Frank Wood with our first, second, and third place finishers. As you can tell, and we'll apologize a little bit for the noise you can hear over the mics. It was great. Not too much wind earlier, but has picked up now. And with that, let's go to Frank Wood.
You betcha. Yep. We're patiently waiting for our race winner to get ready to receive his laurels. As he gets a big hug from supporters. Gary McKinnon there patting him on that back. Okay, we have the go-ahead now. And having said that, we'll call up our third place finisher. Would you please welcome to the podium here at this national championship race, Julia Kranz. Julia, make your way up here. And presenting on behalf of Grand Bend Motorplex, the track owner-operator, Paul Priest. Thank you very much, Paul. Finishing in second spot after leading this contest for quite some time. He brings it home in second spot at his second national championship race on this weekend. Welcome, please, Braden Stewart. And he had a big crowd along the fence that was cheering him on. Congratulations to that young man as he makes his way up to the box. Now we will call up our race winner. He made the drive all the way from Nova Scotia to get here, and he wanted to make it well worth his while, and he has done just that. We welcome him to the podium, Bailey Ives. Okay, you know our process, gentlemen. We'll get you up there, stand real close together so we can get a good shot for the media, and then I'm going to have a wee chat with you. Up close, Julia, stand in. Thank you, Braden. That's the way. Okay, let's have a chat, shall we? Julia Kranz finishing in third spot. You've been on the podium quite often this weekend. Congratulations. Good ride.
Thank you. It was a great battle with Jeremy. He was pushing me the whole time. I could hear him. Definitely lost some pace compared to yesterday. Just need more conditioning, really. I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, my little brother, the whole pits, CSBK and the marshals for putting this on. Really, and everyone who's pushed me to be here, I'd like to thank you.
Well said. Thank you very much, Julie, and congratulations on your third place finisher. Over the other side here, Braden Stewart. And Braden, you had the race lead for so long, but this guy just hunted you down.
Yeah, he did. It was a good race. I want to start thanking Michael Kranz for allowing me the opportunity to be here this weekend. Thank you very much. That was awesome. It was a good race. Me and Billy, we had put some good 106s down, good times. It was great. I made a little mistake going out of onto the back straight, and he took advantage of it. So good for him, and it was a good race. I want to thank everybody here, all the guys watching. Thanks CSBK so much.
Congratulations, young man. Now up to the top of the box, and Bailey Ives. I commented that you didn't make the long drive down here for nothing, and you sure didn't.
No, sir. Yeah, that made it a whole lot more well worth it. Yeah, it was a great race. I just stalked Spencer, or what's your name again, buddy? Braden, yeah. Sorry, yeah, I kind of stalked him the whole race. That was the plan, and held off, and he had a little moment himself getting on the back straight, like he said, and we took advantage of that, and I was able to hold him off. I had a couple moments myself, too, but yeah, what a great race, man. I think we got into the sixes, too, so that will set us up well for next year, getting into the pro ranks.
And you give thanks to?
Oh, so many people this weekend, like Vincent Wilson. He's been crewing for me all weekend. Thank you, buddy. Thanks, Mark Wilson. He's been helping out a lot, too. Marley McKinnon, and my biggest supporter, Gary McKinnon. Thank you, buddy. Pro Cycle, Miller Time Racing, Lucas Oil, Finish Line Motorcycle Supply, a whole lot of people behind me. Thank you, Bridgestone. Thank you, Golf Fuels, the whole CSBK staff, Ross, everyone. This was an amazing event. It's so nice to have the live stream. I'm getting a lot of comments back home, so that's great for the family to see.
Great stuff. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Your EBC Brakes Amateur Sport Bike Championship final, a 14-lap affair that has been settled. I'm going to move over to this side of the podium, and Paul, if you would care, you can offer the riders champagne. Come on up, win, Paul. Who wins the cork race? Haley Ives wins that contest as well.
All right, that'll do it for our amateurs. Sorry, Jacob and I were talking about something else, and I got to come back into what we're doing here, so my apologies. And we're going to take a short break. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. And welcome back to round 4 of the Bridgestone Canadian Superbike Series here at the Grand Bend Motorplex, joined with Jacob Black. I'm Eric Tritko, and Jacob, we're about ready to get into our Supersonic Road Race School lightweight sport bikes, and this is a class that you know a little bit about.
Yeah, I spent many years racing in this class myself. Saw all the up-and-comers come through it and go on to bigger and better things, and it's a really great proving ground for young talent. It's also a really good place for sort of veterans of our sport that want to keep racing but don't want to go out and race in, you know, super sport or superbike to also show around. And what you get is this blend of pro and amateur and new and old and experience that helps everyone get better.
Yeah, exactly. And typically, it's one of the best races of the weekend. You know, there's always, usually we see 2, 3, 4, 5 bikes up at the front battling, and then you'll see another 3, 4, 5 rider pack behind that. This year, though, there's a young gentleman kind of upsetting that kind of apple cart.
Yeah, Lachlan Alexander has had an absolute barn burner of a season. He has just jumped out the front every race so far and taken off. Now, I think he was helped a little bit by Stefan Tanasik's setback at round 1, so he was out injured and he missed a lot of race time. So he wasn't really race fit until just this weekend. And I think that maybe he might have had more for Lachlan. But Lachlan is so rapid, him and his brother and their whole family. So he's a local here as well, and he's a fast kid. He ran away with it yesterday.
And the one thing we noticed yesterday is he is just so smooth on that bike. He looks effortless. He's just out on a warm-up lap or a sighting lap, not really even trying, and he's turning, you know, near record lap pace.
Yeah, he's just like a knife through butter, just sides his way around the course, and not a lot of effort, not a lot of activity, not a lot of like angst and drama and carry on. He just rides the bike cleanly and achieves some really phenomenal lap times.
Yep. Mark Pretty and Stefan Tanasik, they were also on the podium yesterday. We were just talking about Stefan, another young up-and-comer who's got a lot of promise.
A lot of promise. Another graduate of Tony Sharpless's Supersonic Road Racing School. Obviously a really talented kid. But I was really surprised because I don't know him because I'm not from around here. Mark Pretty yesterday with his elbows wide early on. He put on a show for us.
He did, yeah. He definitely was. As they said, he's a wide body on a narrow body bike, but definitely use it to his advantage for some aero braking on that back stretch. Let's run down our starting order for you here in our lightweight superbike class. So starting on pole, it will be Lachlan Alexander. Mark Pretty on the 119 will be in second. 15, Stefan Tanasik will round out row number 1. Row number 2 will be the 98 of Sebastian Silva, the 39 of Tony Sharpless, and the 10 of Norbert Ju. And we should look for some good things from Norbert again today. He ran into some problems yesterday. 44, David Walker begins row number 3 in 7th starting position. 212, Jacob Abnett is in 8th starting position. 9th is the 819 of Mason Archer, and starting in 10th position on row number 4 is the 153 of Thomas Lane. So good field, and definitely a couple different battles that we're going to be looking for. We'll be interested to see if Pretty and Tanasik are going to be able to run with young Lachlan Alexander here early, or if he's just going to get a jump and run away with it again. So
yeah, they won't want to let him set sail again this race. Sorry, but I also want to see if Norbert can repeat his blinding start from yesterday, where he came from 3rd row down into what, 2nd position.
Yeah, he had a
early
cracker.
doors.
Yep. Then he ran on. All right, looks like we are under starters' orders. Lights are on, motors are up, and we are go. A little bit of creeping there. Oh, look at that
with
launch
a
from
big
Lachlan.
wheelie.
Lachlan with a great launch, and already coming up with 3-4 bike lengths as they tip it into turn number 2. And they got I mean, look at that already.
Already Lachlan Alexander pulling out to a lead, and Pretty already up the inside of Stefan Tanasik, so aggressive, holds that tight line in turn number 3 and sides his way through into 3rd position, and already having a look at Stefan Tanasik.
As they make their way here into the infield for the first time, Lachlan with about a 3/4 or half a second there as a lead, trying to judge it there as he comes onto the back stretch. Now the advantage that 2nd through 5th will have is if they're smart, they can work together here with the draft, try to close that up. We'll see how that works as they're making their way down for the first time on this backstretch here at the Grand Bend Motorplex. But Lachlan Alexander seems to have plenty of motor on for himself as he makes his way through the carousel. But that battle for 2nd and 3rd, that looks really tight now as they're coming onto the front stretch to complete lap number 1.
I think Preety's looking racy here, and he's probably going to have a lunge on Stefan Tanasic, and he does. So Preety into 2nd. Yesterday I thought these guys kind of chopped each other up a little bit and let Lachlan get away. And I don't know if I was right. I think maybe Preety had more speed on board early than Stefan Tanasic. And as he gaps Stefan now, that does seem to be the case. So maybe Preety, after that pretty horrible start, he had a big wheelie, can set sail and maybe make, but he's had a big moment into the right-hand kick there. That cost him a lot of time. It looked like the front washed out from completely underneath that white Ninja that Ninja 400.
As they're making their way now onto the backstretch, let's see what kind of drive he can get as he's going to try and put a little bit of a gap. Ooh, Tanasic having a little bit of a problem getting off the corner as the 4th place machine there just about ran up his tailpipe. But Lachlan Alexander, he's flying. Well, let's get a look here at the gap that he already has as they come across start-finish next time. But he's already looking at over a second of lead here coming now as he crosses start-finish.
I really enjoy this shot where they're tracking the bikes through the carousel, and we can see the body language and the attitude on the bikes and the way that these guys have been taught by people like Tommy Kazis to really hang off the thing and get their heads low and really ride, nearly elbows down, really getting the maximum out of these lightweight sport bike machines.
Well, let's take a look here at the time. So Lachlan Alexander on that last lap, 1:12:037. Mark Pretty, 1:12:001. Stefan Tanasic at 1:12:828. So all of them down in the 1:12s, but the first two, basically no difference between them when it comes to those lap times.
Right, there's some aggressive riding out there, and Tanasic was deep into turn number 4, and Norberger nearly ran up the back of him, and that let Tony Sharpless range up on the back of that battle as well. So Stefan Silva behind her, Stefan Silva, Tony Sharpless, and that's a genuine 4-way battle for the 3rd place position in this race.
Yeah, we're looking at that battle here as they come up into the carousel. Oh, dive. Oh, I thought that was going to be a dive underneath there, but closed the door on that one, did Tony.
Tony Sharpless isn't afraid to shut the door and let people know that they're going to have to do it the hard way if they want to get past her. But Stefan Silva now with a lunge into turn number 1. As I look out over the top of our sighting position here, I just saw him dive down the inside of Tony.
Running wide there a little bit through as we come up onto the short chute here.
That last lap by, I think Lachlan Alexander understood that he had a little bit of pressure coming from behind and turned up the wick just a little bit. Let's see if Mark Preety's got anything more to answer to for that.
Yeah, about 2/10 faster on that lap was Lachlan than Mark Preety.
It's wild watching how much these bikes move around underneath these riders as well. They're light bikes, they're little bikes, and they're not really pure racing bikes. These are basically street bikes, converted for racing purposes here, and you can see it in the way that the chassis sort of flex and the bikes absorb the bumps here at this very tricky Grand Bend circuit.
All right, into the carousel here, tightening up here through who's going to get the better drive out as they make the left-hand turn onto the front stretch there. Going to get a move now into turn number 1.
Norberger's having a look at
just had his nose chopped off as they went in there, but he definitely had the right idea. But 3rd place of Tanasic just let the brake off a little bit longer.
And Lachlan Alexander that time by dropping into the 11s with an 11.9. So he's consolidated that gap now and put his stamp on this race. And now that battle for 3rd is bringing them back up to the tail of Mark Preety. So Mark Preety probably understands that Lachlan is a bridge too far. And now that the guys in 3rd have a sniff of that white bike ahead, this is going to be a really interesting battle as this race closes up.
They definitely are closing, and then they're bringing the 98 of Sebastian Silva with them as well. Tony Sharpless not too far behind. down the backstretch, starting to try to stretch out anything they can. On the brakes into the carousel once again. Pretty is, wow, that's getting close. As Tanasic and Zhu, let's see what's going to happen here. Those are the halfway flag there. So what's going to happen here? Who's going on the outside?
Zhu, that was ambitious. That was a big move, and he has done it. He's managed to make it stick and climbs into the third place position ahead of Stefan Tanasic.
And he was able to hold it. He definitely ran really wide. He continues to run a little bit wide. I think he's just trying to hold, and you could tell me better, as much corner speed through there as you can.
Just railing maximum corner speed, not afraid to let the bike run out wide. And I think he's probably fortunate that Stefan Tanasic, young kid, has a bit of talent and a bit of situational awareness, and sort of let that one happen a little bit, because that was an aggressive move and an ambitious one, but it paid off for Norbert. And now he's going after Mark Pretty and gets a really good drive coming off the hairpin, but Pretty stretches the legs.
Well, but Norbert is in the draft there, and he's a small little person, so, well, I mean, relatively to Mark. And, on the outside, he took him on the outside going to the carousel. Pretty's trying to get him back underneath. No, look at all that corner speed that Zhu was carrying as he makes it across the start-finish. What a great move on the outside of the carousel from Norbert Zhu.
Beautiful move from Norbert Zhu, riding, just sailed it around the outside of Mark Pretty. Lachlan Alexander's been doing mid-11s to high 11s for the last 3 laps in a row, so he's out of there, he's disappeared, and this will be a Lachlan Alexander show at the front once again. But this battle for second, third, fourth,
it's not going anywhere.
It is heating up. There's movement on the back of Norbert's bike again as he heads down the short chute and into that little tight right-hander. And Pretty now is going to have a look at Norbert. Pretty's a big fella on that bike, sitting bolt upright on the 119 machine, and Norbert with that traditional Euro style hanging off the edge.
All right, yeah.
Norbert, the front chattering as he got on the gas there coming out of the hairpin.
And then I did notice that, as you said, Mark really sitting straight up as he came onto that backstretch. I think he's doing himself a bit of a disservice there and costing himself some time.
There's a lot of Mark Pretty to catch the wind, and it's doing that. At the moment, that's letting Norbert Zhu go ahead a little bit. I tell you what, the amount of movement on these bikes, anyone that thinks these guys aren't riding them hard, I got news for you. Norbert Zhu just set an 11.656 second lap time. That is the fastest lap of the race, just slightly. Lachlan Alexander also did an 11.6, but it was an 11.69. So Norbert Zhu is on a tear now. And, man, if he could have qualified better, I wonder what else might have happened.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't know that that's a lap record, but it's got to be pretty close here at Grand Bend. So Norbert is trying to set sail there. We'll see if Tanasic has got anything there that he can come back and make his way onto the podium in front of Mark Pretty, as we are just 2.5 laps left here in this Supersonic Road Race School lightweight sport bikes.
And as I look just peer over the top of the Bridgestone CSBK trailer here, I can see that Tony Sharpless has ranged back onto the back of Sebastian Silva too. So there's still a lot to play for in the minor positions. No one's giving up anything out there with only a handful of laps to go. Norbert Zhu just loves that corner speed and doesn't mind letting the thing ride out wide as he goes through the carousel.
Yeah, he's riding that like it's a 125 GP bike.
Lachlan Alexander, look how comfortable and smooth he looks through here. That transition's so gentle and smooth, but he's making immense amounts of lap time and speed as he goes through the bus stop in front of the grandstand, putting on a clinic.
And he's not even really hanging off that much either. I mean, he's a little bit, but it's not like, that's almost like old school Superbike hang off.
He doesn't look all that aggressive on the bike either. No, you're right. And I don't think that's necessarily the right way to get a bike around this track. It's got a lot of bumps. You need to have a little bit of body language there to accept some of that movement and let the bike dance around under you a little bit. Tony Sharpless out of the corner of my eye, just having another look at Sebastian Silva in the tight section here too. But
and Alexander now just about a lap and a half left to go. He's making his way down the backstretch for the penultimate time, setting sail. And, I believe yesterday he locked up the championship, but I can't say that for sure. But certainly with this win, I do not believe that anyone else can get in touch with him. But,
No, this is 100%. He is the new Supersonic Road Racing School lightweight champion. He's got the leg dangle going on into turn number 1 there.
Yeah, all right, last lap, just a little under 2 miles now for him to bring it home. And I'd say, no worry about a commentator's curse. This young gentleman has got it well under control. He's still turning mid 1 minute 12-second lap times. So he's just got it on cruise control. He's going to come home with something like a 3.5 second difference between him and Norbert Zhu. Norbert continues to put in some excellent lap times. Tanasic just did a 1:11.9 as he closes on the back of Mark Pretty here. So let's see if he's going to be able to make his way back up onto the podium once again. But there is Lachlan Alexander off on his own. Final time down the backstretch. Just making it look like a easy like Sunday morning.
Making it look easy, and here he comes dangling that leg again into the carousel. Doesn't have to push too hard here. He's got a big gap, comfortable gap, and Lachlan Alexander is going to kink it left past Chris Chappell with the checkered flag.
Raises his hand in victory, stands up. Here's that battle, second and third. Comes right to the line. Norbert Zhu, Mark Pretty, and then Stefan Tanasic.
Stefan Tanasic had a crack for that third place position, but didn't get there. Norbert Zhu, after his run off yesterday, he'll be happy to rescue a podium today. And he was pushing deep into the end of that one with some fast lap times. And I almost missed riding a lightweight bike watching that one.
Yeah, so the gap from the gap in the end there was 4 seconds, but it had been as much as like 6 seconds.
Yeah.
So yeah, he definitely was pushing it. So Lachlan Alexander is going to win a 4.2 second lead, and then the difference between Mark Pretty and Stefan Tanasic for third and fourth was 0.079 at the stripe.
Oh.
I mean, that's not even half a bike length. That's about a wheel's width. So great run there, and on that lap, on his last lap, Tanasic did a 1 minute 11.802.
Oh, that's a rapid lap time.
Yeah.
So Stefan too, I think, is another one who'll be ruining sort of his early race pace because he had it there at the end.
Yep. All right, so we'll run down our full race results here. Lachlan Alexander, as we said, your winner. Norbert Zhu in second. Mark Pretty in third. Stefan Tanasic comes home fourth. Sebastian Silva is fifth. Tony Sharpless is in sixth. Yeah, 1:11.979 on her last lap. Yeah, she had it up there. Walker comes home in seventh position. Jacob Abnett in eighth. Mason Archer in ninth, and Lane did not take the start. So nine bikes out there to run, and as we said, what a great race. I mean, yes, we said Lachlan might run away with it, but when you look at the battles for second, third, fourth, I mean, you can't really ask for a lot more than that.
No, I don't think he had it quite as easily as he did yesterday. I think there was still a lot going on behind him, and I really think that if we'd have seen a different qualifying result for Norbert Zhu, I think maybe we might have seen a bit more of a fight there. But Norbert did a sensational job to come from sixth or seventh on the grid, storming through up to the front of that one and really fight for the win.
Yeah, well, he didn't have he had a better start today, so that certainly helped. But still caught up in there for a little bit, had to fight his way through, and did a fantastic job. But
this is a popular victory too.
Yeah, and he's a hand guy, not a boot guy. Waving that he doesn't have a checkered flag stuck in the boot. He's holding it,
waving it high. And the crowd here are going to enjoy this one and enjoy the podium because he is a local guy. He has come up through the ranks, and as I said, he's such a great human being. This kid, his family, they're all smiles, they're all jokes. They're really, really good people, and then they get on the track and they're absolute weapons.
So they're good Canadians.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, there you go.
I'd hate to see him with a hockey stick.
So as he takes his victory lap, I think he's just about back in. Yep, I see him coming through the carousel right now. Good race there, and yeah, what more could you ask for?
Hey, that was an exciting race, and I just love that all of the development classes and support classes that we've seen all weekend have put on really strong racing. It's made it fun to be part of this live stream, and it's made it fun to be here at the track for the fans that are here at Grand Bend.
Yeah, 100%. So All right, he is making his way to the podium. We'll be going to Frank Wood once again in just a couple minutes. Between these last two races in our EBC Amateur Sport Bike and Supersonic Road Race School, the lightweight sport bikes, anything stand out to you on those?
I think definitely Norbert Jus there. I think he was riding the absolute wheels off that thing. That was some aggression, and you don't often see that level of aggression. I think Bailey Ives did a really great job of a watching brief on Braden Stewart, and then when he pounced, he pulled the pin and disappeared up the road. I thought that was really, really exciting to watch. That battle between Jeremy Lazur and Julia Kranz is also another good one, and she's a really strong up-and-comer in her own right, and that's exciting to see. And yeah, Stefan Tanasic, I still think is one of the future stars of our sport. I think he's I think this year has been harder than he thought because of that setback at Shannonville with the injury. But man, he's one to watch too.
Okay, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of really good young talent coming up, and we'll talk about that a little bit more. But with that young talent right now on the podium is Frank Wood.
Little bit tardy getting things going here. Norbert Jus, after finishing second in that race, finds himself with his motorcycle and no stand to hold it up in front of the podium rather. But we do want to get underway with our podium presentation, so given the nod from our cameraman, we're going to do just that. Having said that, it gives me good pride to call up our third place finisher on the 119 entry. We welcome Mark Preet. Mark.
Well done, Mark.
And presenting on behalf of Bridgestone Tires, Andrew Decker. Finishing in second spot, and with the stand going under with the motorcycle alongside, we call to the podium Norbert Jus. And to the top of the box this time around, a very similar ride to what we saw him perform yesterday. Welcome, please, Lachlan Alexander. We'll get all three riders up there. Can we get you to stand real close together, guys, so that we can get some good footage and good photos for the media? And then once we've got those shots made, stand close together as though you were buddies or something along those lines. That's what we wanted to see. Okay, having had that opportunity to shoot those pictures, we're going to move over to this side and have a wee chat with Mr. Preet. Fancy meeting you here again.
It's so nice meeting you. I love meeting you. I just want to say something crazy. So when Michael picked Norby and I for this, my wife actually posted something on Facebook, and she actually put this kid in the first place box, him in the second place box, and me in the third place box, and we literally manifested this. So thank you, Michael, thank you, Nancy, and thank you, everybody, for coming to watch. Yes!
Mark Preet finishing in third spot. If you're content with that, Mark, yes, we're going to move over to the other side there and have a wee chat with Norbert Jus. Norbert on the number 10 bike, bringing it home. Talk about your race.
I felt good. Finally, I got some suspension figured out thanks to Steve Beatty from 26 Suspension and everyone that brought a thought and tried to change a thing or two, and this is what I got now. I'm very happy. Bike is stable again, and I was able to race for a little bit. I had actual fun for the first time this weekend. Very happy with that.
More people to thank?
I have to thank a lot of people, actually. But Michael Kranz, special thanks from Timmerworks, something like that. Michael Kranz, thank you very much. Soar family, all the Broskis in Broskiland, congratulations. Broski, we made it. We are talking about this for years, that we're going to go on CSBK podium and do this and do that. This is the first time we did it. I would like to thank all my family and friends and everyone that supports my program, Hindle Exhaust, Ride 42, Plus Racing Gear. I would like to thank Woodcraft Technologies, CSBK, all the marshals for bearing in this heat with us, and you that non-stop talking, man, you're doing a great job. Thanks, guys, and that was a lot of fun.
Well said. Norbert Jus finishing in second spot. Thank you very much for that, Norbert. And up to this kid, heading into a different time zone. What a ride. What a runaway. Congratulations, Lachlan.
Thank you. Yeah, that was the goal today. Just get out front, try and break away from everyone and be safe. All we had to do was finish the race today, and yeah, so we were able to wrap up the championship. So. Wow. So we were able to clinch first today, and yeah, we'll see what Mosport brings.
Maybe you guys didn't hear that. He wrapped up the championship today. Could I hear you? Anybody you want to thank, Lachlan?
Lots of people, yeah. My family, mom, dad, Cole, everyone that helps me get out here. This is awesome. Steve over at 26 Suspension got the bike dialed. Haven't touched suspension once since we put it in. It's amazing. Ride 42 and Plus Racing Gear. These suits are amazing. So breathable, flexible, everything. Yeah, so on to Mosport. Might have something lined up, so we'll see what happens.
Okay, let me be the first to know, will you?
Of course. I'll see you later.
I just want to remind Mark and Norbert that there is one more race left on this season, and it is at Canadian Tire Motorsport Park. If you enjoyed racing with the Nationals this weekend, you're going to really like CTMP. I invite you to join us. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your podium. In third spot, Mark Preet, and second spot, Norbert Jew, and on top of the box yet again with a championship in hand already, 2 races to go, and he's already taken the national championship, Lachlan Alexander. They want more pictures, more.
Thanks for joining us for this lightweight sport bike race. We're going to take a short break, but don't go anywhere because our GP Bikes Pro Superbike feature is coming up next with Marshall and Andrew. Jacob, thanks for joining me here this weekend and helping out. It's been great to have you up here, but stay tuned. We'll be back in just a few moments.
Hello. Yep, good. Welcome to Grand Bend Motorplex, everyone, as we get set for the GP Bikes Pro Superbike feature class. It is round number 4, as Ben Young took home the victory yesterday on Saturday. And of course, we are here on Sunday with race number 8 of the season. David McKay on pole next. Hello everyone and welcome back to Grand Bend, Ontario for the GP Bikes Pro Superbike feature class and Bridgestone Canadian Superbike Championship. Great to be here with you. We've had a great day of racing so far. Of course, the OPP Racing Pro Supersport category. Thomas Cassis takes home the double victory. It's the second time this year he has done that. Winner of 5 races out of 6. And it is Ben Young, after being at Calabogie and suffering a defeat of his own, trying to sort out exactly how he gets the double done here today. The game plan, the execution, everything yesterday was sensational, as he knew he wasn't going to lead right away. David McKay took the lead, but then it was Ben going to work, as he seems to always do, Andrew.
It's pretty much like Ben, you know, everything we've seen so far this year and last year. He was fast again this morning in practice, so I think the guys are understanding they're going to have to catch Ben. If Ben gets a good start, you know, he's going to put in the laps. He was saying yesterday they didn't want to put in a lap in a minute 4, so he's going to put in a hot pace again today. I fully expect it. Conditions are basically identical compared to yesterday, so he's the guy that they're all chasing, just like they have been all year.
Feels like we might have dodged a bullet with the weather here as well in Grand Bend, because as the heat gets, you know, higher and higher and higher as the days go on, you wonder whether or not we're going to have one of those storms that rolls in off Lake Huron. But not today. It is perfect for us as we get a chance to look at the points board for you. Rider standings as it is here going into this race. Jordan Zoke sitting in second spot, 49 points back of Ben Young. He the only to get a victory other than Young so far this season. David McKay down in 4th despite being on pole here as he's trying to set a good result today. And Andrew Van Winkle, such an interesting conversation with the pro rookie as he gets a chance to understand exactly what it means to go up against the likes of Ben Young and Jordan Zoke, some of the veterans, the more experienced guys in this class, but also for him to consistently end up going from Saturdays to Sundays and gaining massive amounts of time. I wonder if we'll see that here again today.
I probably expect it. With him the way he's been riding all year, he always improves. And every time he's been going to these tracks, it's the first time on the track on a Superbike for him. So he's learning every single session. He's been working a little bit closer with Ben to try to understand different lines and figure out the bike setup and stuff. So I do expect a bit of an improvement from him. He was a little bit off in race 1 yesterday, and I think what it sounded like, he was a little bit quicker this morning and maybe figured out a few things, but he was looking for a bit more consistency, and I think we'll see more consistent riding out of him today.
My favorite part of Van Winkle, by the way, has a key to the bike that he actually keeps inside his suit because he still has to use the key despite being here in Pro Superbike. So a unique situation for him on a very, very stock machine. The other Honda, of course, other than Ben Young, that has been consistently at the front of this field is David McKay, is the Snow City Cycle Honda, of course, and he's been in for a couple of years working his program to get better and better, but he's been refining his craft here at Grand Bend Motorplex for quite some time.
Dave, we are here at the track that McKay built. It is one of the places, obviously, that you love being, Grand Bend, and it's a special place in your journey as well when it comes to riding, but also just figuring out what family looks like, what life looks like. What has this place meant to you?
It's been part of my racing journey for as long as I can remember. I've turned the most laps anywhere in my entire career at Grand Bend. You know, some people like to say I grew up there a little bit. I've started a family there. It's home for me, and I love it. Right? It's a little bumpy. It's a little, you know, odd. It's a little bit of a parking lot. I get that, but I do have a special place in my heart for this track for sure.
What was it that kind of led you towards SOAR and the Grand Bend experience and all the rest? Because it's obviously geographically it makes sense, but there's more to the story than just the fact that it's, you know, around, because there's plenty of places that you could go to if you wanted to make a little bit of an extra drive.
For sure. It's just, you know, when we started racing, my dad got me into it, and he had always loved bikes. We would always go to the bike shows, and I'd sit on all the bikes and everything, and, you know, I'd go and get posters signed and all that good stuff. And He decided to sign up for a race weekend, and it happened to be with SOAR. They were at the show, and he thought, this is a great deal. I get a free set of tires if I sign up for the race weekend. We went. I used to bomb around in the pits on my little dirt bike, and it wasn't, you know, a year or two later that I was in the new speed class on a CBR 125, just ripping around, and that was kind of the start, and I never looked back.
The journey that you've had as well from Pro Supersport, jumping up into Pro Superbike after winning the Pro Supersport title, it seems like your Honda program, since you've made that leap, has grown leaps and bounds. It's come together year over year. You guys continue to tweak and continue to push, but talking to some people here in the CSBK paddock, they say, look, man, Dave has figured out some stuff that a lot of us would love to be able to understand. What do you credit that to in terms of developing year over year?
I mean, it's just the cohesiveness of our team and the ability to communicate and figure out the data and learn it together. I don't think people understand just how bare bones our program was when we started this. There hadn't been a Honda in Canadian Superbike racing in about a decade when we took that on. And we knew that that was going to be a challenge. There wasn't going to be a lot of readily available information in the country. We had to look outside, we had to look across the country, we had to look to BSB, but there was people willing to help us and support that program. And just building it from the ground up, and now obviously the paddock's flooded with Hondas, which is great to see. That program has grown a ton, which is awesome, and we were really glad to be at the forefront of that, but that means we just keep pushing and more data is available, more communication. It's really cool to see.
Ben obviously came over to Honda from the BMW and has now won a CSBK national title, but a lot of people won't remember the timeline that, you know, you were the first one to dive in. Was that a leap of faith? How would you characterize that looking back at being the first to jump on that bike?
A little bit for sure, because we knew that we had done all we wanted to do on the sport bike. I'd been on riding a sport bike for nearly a decade at that point, and we had won the national championship. I'd won multiple regional championships, and we knew that it was time for a new program and a new challenge and to move up. And when we were exploring what the next step was, and this kind of started to come into effect, we tossed around the idea that there was more built programs, programs that had a little more people on them, a little more data behind them, things that are a little more sure. And we said, you know what, this is a great opportunity. We could be the first red rider in CSBK in a decade, and we can build something really cool from the ground up and have the fans of Honda come out and support us. And they did. They came out in waves, and it was really cool to see. People love seeing the red back on the grid, and we really enjoyed being a part of that.
The way that you have pushed forward year over year, again, watching that development has been wonderful. Last year, I was frustrated even just calling the races because I knew how fast you were, but you ended up running so much of the year it felt like by yourself. Was there anything when you were in the winter months that you looked back on 2025 and you thought, you know what, like I might have been running by myself, but I've learned X, Y, and Z from the experience of 25 that I can use to help me be quicker in 26?
It's all about setting goals. We knew that we were running good pace, and it's hard to not be frustrated when I see the leaders slipping away sometimes in races. But I need to look at it at a grand scheme level and think, I'm still in the top 3, 4, 5, whatever it is in the country, and we're still pushing as hard as we can. So there's small things to pick up on, stay with them longer. I know that I've done lap times the same as them, so it's about finding out what makes that turn into an entire race, right? So I know that I can do the pace. I just need to be able to figure out, let's do it for an entire race and let's get on the podium and let's start winning races.
We always appreciate getting a hold of your data on TSN to be able to use for the broadcast. So thank you for that first and foremost, but also when we look at the data, it's amazing because you are at a MotoGP level of lean angle often. And there are pros and cons to that based on the way that the bikes interact and the tracks that we go to, all the rest. But that level of aggression and riding the bike that hard, is that something that the Honda allows you to do? Is that something that's come instinctively? Is that something you've had to develop? Like, where does your style come from that we'll see today?
My style has always been my style. It's not like I've adapted it from anything. It's always been, that's how I learned to ride. I was always on the edge of the tire, leaned over, corner speed. I used to race against Superbikes when I was on my sport bike for years and years, and the only way that I started beating them was by way more corner speed, right? I used to have Superbikes say that they knew it was me behind them because they could hear me get on the gas 10 feet before they would. And so I've obviously carried some of that into my Superbike career. Pros and cons, you know, a Superbike is a different type of bike, and you need to ride it a little differently. So being on the edge of the tire and corner speed aren't always the best approach, right? Sometimes you need to suck it up and you need to point and shoot. And that's not really been my style, but we're trying to kind of mesh the two into something that combines the best elements of both, for sure.
Amazing. And you mentioned that your dad obviously was the one that kind of got you into the Grand Bend paddock. Now you bring your own child into the paddock. How much of a wonderful full circle moment is that for you?
It's very cool to bring my son to Grand Bend and be around the racetrack. I grew up at the racetrack, not quite as young as he was, but everybody knows him. We trust everybody. I've known many of the people in the paddock for 20 plus years, and it's really cool to see him be able to just wander around, see people, they interact with him. He loves the bikes, he points them out, and it's really a cool moment that to see my dad, me, my son all at the track at the same time, all of our families getting together and eating on the nights and campfires and all that good stuff that goes along with it.
It's amazing to see your family and the entire environment that's been created right in this paddock, and I'm wondering, what would it mean for you to get a victory at Grand Bend in CSBK Nationals?
Obviously, there would be nothing sweeter than getting a victory at your home track. That's kind of every racer's dream. I was able to accomplish it a few times on the sport bike, and I remember the first time very distinctly. It was quite a feeling. You just feel like you got the support of an entire organization and an entire family behind you. So that's really cool, and to be able to put it on the top of the box here would be just a fantastic feeling that I know I would never forget for the rest of my racing career.
Well, there'll be a lot of people in the stands cheering for you today, David. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Always great to be able to catch up with David McKay, that in Calabogie, where he had a big opportunity and a moment as well. Maybe we'll get into that when Andrew returns, as Andrew Nelson and I will have the call of this race coming up in just a moment. But very happy right now to welcome in Jim Dow, who is the National Sales and Racing Manager for Bridgestone USA and Canada. Usually you're busy doing the pre-race stuff, but we reeled you to the inside of the track for now, Jim, to come and hang out and have a good time with us. So thank you for being here.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I mean, what a beautiful day, right?
Perfect.
I mean, the races have been incredible so far. I mean, this next race we're really excited about too. But no, I mean, we couldn't have asked for a better weekend here, at Grand Bend, and it's great to be back.
It's great too because we're not concerned with rain tires, or I mean, there's been a couple of times where we've been here where it's chaos for everybody on the grid, right? Pre-race and trying to figure out whether it's declared a wet race and all the rest. But it is hot and it is beautiful, and we're looking forward to the race coming up shortly. But first, let's get to some of the news and the things that are going on with Bridgestone.
Yeah, so we're really excited to announce that we've decided to extend with CSBK. So I think, as everybody knows, our contract with CSBK as the title sponsor ran through the end of this year, and I mean, what a production Ross has put on. I mean, if this race itself is a testament of how well he's transitioned this series over the last couple of years, helped it grow, and really provide something to Canada and really the rest of the motorcycling community, something special here. So, at Bridgestone, we've really seen that. We've seen what Ross has put in. We've seen what all the other sponsors and really the racers and the fans have put in too, and we've decided, hey, let's keep this going. So 2 more years.
Amazing. And I can speak for everybody in Bridgestone CSBK that we're happy to have Bridgestone at the front of CSBK for another couple of years at the very least. And I know since I've been around 3-4 years now, you guys have been a tremendous partner in helping us as well on the broadcast and the racers themselves and the commitment to the series. So it is great to be able to have you. And I got to say as well that I see what you see, albeit from a different perspective professionally, in terms of the potential for growth, not just with a live stream like this, as we thank everybody for tuning in, but also just the way that we want more sponsorship going into the riders. We want the riders to get maximum support so that we can have more riders come out. We can have bigger fields. We can have higher competition levels through all classes. We can add classes. Right? There's all of these things that, like, I've thought. I hope that somebody's tuning in right now on Facebook, YouTube, otherwise from Australia, from the Netherlands, from China, whatever it might be, and going, man, that's an interesting series. That's a really well-run series.
I mean, yeah, I hope people are sitting at home with a lot of FOMO right now. If they didn't make it out here, they see what we're doing. They see how much fun this is, and I mean, I really think this will encourage more people to come out. I mean, the racers that we have here obviously are incredible. I think there's a lot of room to grow, and I think that's what Ross is looking forward to, and us as well. And on the flip side, we're creating more and more products. Like, we just launched a brand new tire this year, the VO3. And we wanted to run it here because we have some of the best riders in the world putting that tire to the test. And anybody part of this paddock is part of that, development and process, because all the data we're getting back, whether it's our current VO3 or our, the last generation VO2, but we're still running on different size bikes, that data is going right back to Japan. And what a lot of people don't realize, that goes right back to our technical center. And all that technology and data that we develop and then we test out here goes right into your street tires too.
Yep.
So you're part of the development process for Bridgestone when you come to CSBK.
Amazing, yeah, it's great stuff. And in the VO3 we've seen in performance early this year, it's been great talking to the riders about some of the developments of that. We got to get to the racing, but it's great to have you up here,
Thanks
Jim.
for having me.
Congratulations, happy to have you for another couple years, and we'll get you back in the live stream soon, okay?
All right.
All right, there we go. We'll throw it to break, and we'll be right back with race number 8 of the GP Bikes Pro Superbike feature class after this.
Go the distance on the Bridgestone Ultraweather tire. Engineered with our advanced Peak Life polymer compound for long-lasting wear resistance. Backed by a 100,000-kilometer limited mileage warranty.
Hi, I'm Jerry Ordanis, president of GP Bikes. Our goal is to make GP Bikes your one-stop shop for all your power sports needs. We offer a wide range of premium brands, including Ducati, BMW, Triumph, and Indian motorcycles. Plus, we offer a full parts and service department. From off-road to ATV to side-by-side and e-bikes, we've got it all.
We ride so you can ride.
Welcome back to Grand Bend Motorplex as we get set for the GP Bikes Pro Superbike feature class. Thank you for tuning in all around the world. And of course, even if you're right down the street, we'd love to have you back when we return to Grand Bend Motorplex down the road, as there are great races just like this lined up for perfect days to hit the track as we get a chance to look around and see where these riders will be attacking. And once again, we see turn 1 and the end of the back straight, primary focus, but you just never know on a Superbike because you might be able to jump somebody just about anywhere.
Yeah, really technical track here. The first part of the track is super tight, a little bit bumpy as well, but then you get into faster stuff between 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 10. So it's a really tough track to go fast, a couple areas, and then really tight technical some other areas. But these Superbikes can be a bit of a handful around here, but nothing these pros can't handle.
And looking back at yesterday's race, we had a tremendous battle between Jordan Zoke and Zoltan Frast for a little while, and it was, of course, Ben Young taking the victory by 4 seconds over David McKay, who was on pole position. Ben said afterwards he wasn't all that concerned about not deciding to go ahead and lead right into turn number 1. You know, getting the whole shot, it might be a little bit overrated for Ben because he understands the pace that his Honda has. But I thought it was interesting talking to Zoltan Frast this morning, where he said he had a bit of an electronic issue where he was cutting out when he was even going up through the gears on the back straight. And he said at the start of the race there was 2-3 laps where it really killed him, settled in, the issue went away, and then it reappeared late as well. He did end up crashing out in turn number 2 in the middle of the bus stop. Said he looked back over the data, Andrew, and I was like, well, was there an issue? Did you just hit a bump? Was it just a lack of focus? He said, no, I realized I picked up throttle and added lean angle. He said, I was pushing pretty hard trying to get back that position from Jordan Zoke, and I just pushed the bike too hard, and the front end said, no thanks.
It's a recipe for disaster
Yeah.
and do something like that, but he's obviously trying, right? Like that's a great part of what he's doing, and he's probably going to do it again today. I think it really like ignited something inside of him. he's fast here locally, having an opportunity to showcase himself against the best racers in the country right now as well. It shows really well, and he's going faster than he's ever gone at this track as well. So great job for him. I'm looking forward to see what he can do, especially if he can get those gremlins figured out on his bike that can really confuse you when you're riding, that you weren't expecting, and it happens and throws your focus and concentration off. So today should be a good day for him.
Yeah, definitely. It also makes you wonder, sometimes on the back straight here, you hear guys hitting the rev limiter, and you wonder if they're just busy trying to take care of something else in the middle of shifting and making their way down that back straight. Because, as you say, the front chunk of this lap is so technical, there's not a lot of time to kind of deal with any issues that might be appearing on the fly. And certainly this is the type of place that, because it's such a short lap, if something does pop up, you want to address it as quickly as possible, right? You can't let things linger.
Yeah, there's no time to breathe here.
Yeah.
So if there's something that's going off with either the clutch or you got to change traction control or something like that, you don't have the time to do it. So you got to get it done as quick as you possibly can, because as each lap goes by, the laps go by so fast here for the guys. So try to get done as early as you can, but not lose too much time at the same time, because probably somebody's trying to make a pass on you as well. So it's good he's in tune with it, and hopefully they doesn't have any issues for him today, and no issues for any of the riders, because it should be another great race. Conditions are identical. The wind is the exact same as what we had yesterday. So kind of worries me a little bit for the whole race, because Ben looked hot yesterday. He looked fast. His pace was incredible. So the guys are going to chase him again today.
And it's always the question of who gains the most amount of pace as they make their way from Saturday into Sunday. And certainly Ben Young, there have been times where he has looked confident on a Saturday and absolutely dominant on a Sunday, right? And I think that's what, if you are David McKay, this is the track that he is most likely to conquer Ben Young and to go get that first pro national victory in the Superbike category. But back at Calabogie, you and I were standing 20 feet away from each other watching that race on the berm at Calabogie as the grid clears and we get set for the starting grid. David McKay had a great chance to win that race and then crashed out in turn number 2 as he gets his opportunity to do it here again on what would be considered home turf as we look at the starting grid for the GP Bikes Pro Superbike feature class.
On the final row, we got McGowan and McRae on Supersport machinery. And a couple guys on Supersport bikes that I don't think are going to be making the grid today. And then Jeff Williams, former top pros out there. Great to see him back.
Jeff Williams handling his business yesterday in the race as see Kyle Newman and Andrew Van Winkle alongside Jordan Zook on the second row. And again, Zoltan Frast with the bucket hat ready to rock here with Ride 42, and Ben Young sitting second to David McKay. It hasn't been very often we've been able to say that in really any session, but McKay with an absolute stormer of a lap in the second qualification session here at Grand Bend, which set the tone. Ben Young answered in the first race yesterday of the weekend for the Superbike class. Andrew Van Winkle, always faster on Sundays than Saturdays, making adjustments. Zoltan Frast wants to answer for his mistake yesterday after getting passed by Zoke. Young wants to double down and continue the momentum as he's come back from Suzuka over in Japan. And we start to get answers here as the lights are set to light up and go out. When they do, we're racing in the GP Bikes Pro Superbike feature class as the grid sets themselves and the revs rise. We are away. Great start by Zoltan Frast alongside Jordan Zoke as well as Young gets swallowed up, but Zoke sits back, allows Young to stay in third. McKay takes the whole shot into turn number 2 with Frast right there. You got to think, Andrew, that Ben Young wants to try and make a pass and not allow Frast to set the pace and allow himself to distance from David McKay.
Basically an identical start to yesterday with McKay getting off the line extremely well. Ben wanted to hold back a little bit yesterday, but I know he was trying to go for it today, and he just missed it a little bit. So I know McKay's going to push hard. He felt like he missed it a little bit in the early stages of the race, so he's going to work hard to try to put a bit of a gap here. With Van Winkle did not get off the line. He's normally a really strong starter, and he's all the way back, it looks like, in 5th or 6th place.
He got almost swallowed up coming through turns 5 and 6 by Alex Michel as well on the Kawasaki as David McKay leads us down the back straight for the first time. And Young got a good draft this time on Zoltan Frast on his BMW, not able to get into position number 2, but holding strong in 3rd as they come back through the kink and across the stripe for the first time. It will be David McKay on pole position, taking the lead as Young will look down the inside, thinks better of it this time into turn number 1. Not close enough to lunge down the inside of Zoltan Frast. Jordan Zoke watching on closely in behind as Andrew Van Winkle starting to gain a little bit of ground. Alex Michel right there with him as well, as it looks like Jeff Williams holding strong in that 4th position as well. Actually, Kyle Newman sitting in that 5th position as well. So there's plenty of competition. Young again taking a look on Zoltan Frast, the fast local from the SOAR Regional Series, as Newman holds off Andrew Van Winkle for that 5th position for now, but Van Winkle wants to go with the pair of Hondas that are quick at the front. Young takes a wide line going through turn 9 and now heads down the back straight, thinking once again about trying to get a draft off of Zoltan Frast.
That Frast bike looks real quick here today, and Ben's trying to do as much as he possibly can to close up in the early stages. David's just pulling a pretty good gap on these guys, and Jordan's hanging in there pretty good in 4th place as well right now. So Frast definitely has some areas that he's a little bit quicker than Ben. Ben looks a little bit quicker through the technical stuff, but Ben's going to want to get this done here pretty early, as he hopes that McKay doesn't start to pull gaps, as Frast is just losing a little bit of speed, and Ben is all over him in these technical spots and just itching for a place to find a spot past Frast.
Gotta say, I'm slightly surprised how patient Ben has been. Not that Frast can't carry enough pace to make it a difficult task, but Young, you gotta imagine, wants to get in second and then maybe settle in and start to chip away on David McKay. As we go through lap number 3 here, you wonder whether or not the patience will start to run out. And Jordan Zoke all over the back of Young, as well as he knows in terms of the championship standings that keeping pace with the number 1 plate, something he's held so many times over in Bridgestone CSBK, matters. As now Young gets an excellent drive coming out of the corner. Used to be on the BMW, now on the Honda. It looks down the inside, later on the brakes, and it is Zoltan Frast. Looks like conceding the place as Ben Young will take over 2nd spot. And Jordan Zoke not able to get through. Decent little gap developing for David McKay out in front, but Young about to put his head down into turn number 1 and try and close that down.
Great pass by Ben. He had set that up a little bit early, got an excellent drive out of there. So now he's going to put his head down as hard as he possibly can to catch up to David. They're both putting in some great lap times here in the very low minute 3 mark, which is basically right on pace with what they did yesterday and in qualifying as well.
And David McKay that last lap around, as he's out in front, running a 103.023. That is crazy fast, almost as good as his pole position qualification time, as Ben Young starts to stretch his legs just a little bit. Andrew Van Winkle has moved up into 5th position ahead of Kyle Newman as well. Alex Michel sitting back in 7th behind Newman at this point in the race, as Laurent Laliberté Girard and Mackenzie Wheel a little bit further back, Ryan McGowan as well. But at the front, it's David McKay trying to bring home the reality of his first GP Bikes Pro Superbike national victory, and doing it here at Grand Bend, as you heard in our pre-race interview, would mean everything to him.
Definitely. The way you're kind of looking at it here is that Ben's able to hold just a little bit tighter line than McKay is in a lot of areas, and Ben just threw down a hot lap at a minute 3.0 himself as well, working to catch up to McKay by another 0.2 there. So McKay's just going a little bit wide in some of the faster carousel corners, where Ben's able to hold it a bit tighter, and that's I think that's just what's helping him catch up a bit.
Yeah, the gap is certainly coming down as McKay, big wheelie in the short chute, headed towards turn number 5. As we get a look at the 3-4 battle here, we saw it developing yesterday similarly, as it was Zoltan Frast holding off Jordan Zoke lap after lap after lap, and eventually Zoke did get through, and when Zoke got through, Frast made that error in turn number 2, dumped it, and was out of the race, which led to Zoke resulting in a podium finish. Right now it is very similar in the 3-4 battle, but again, Andrew Van Winkle getting quicker as the weekend continues, growing on that Mountain View Motorsports Honda effort.
Frast is looking great here. He got a really good drive down the back straightaway and absolutely gapped Jordan on the back straightaway there. So Frast is going to keep his head down to try to keep the gap and maintain a gap over Jordan.
And the gap is down less than half a second at this point for Ben Young in behind David McKay. As McKay and his family have been coming here for so long. He's got his young son in tow as well. It's become a family affair, understanding how much this place means to him, and his team, including Andrew Westbrook, working extremely hard on that motorcycle, making the trip so many times over from his home in Stony Creek, Ontario, just outside of Hamilton, to here in Grand Bend to lay down laps. And I mean, year after year, it seems as though the 2023 Pro Supersport champion David McKay has seemed like he is ready for that one big breakthrough victory in the Superbike category, but it's Ben Young that's broken his heart so many different times, just with the pure pace that Young possesses, and looking to do the same thing here today as they come back to the stripe. And it is McKay still able to hold off, but Young hunting as always. They turn towards turn number 1. Young will tighten things down on the brakes, but not close enough to challenge.
David's got some pretty good opportunity through some of the braking corners in the technical section, but Ben is just able to square off some of the corners so good and get a good drive out of pretty much everything. And you'll see him as they come back through these next switchbacks here between 5 and 6. Ben's really good at using his rear brake coming out of turn 6, so it doesn't wheelie too much coming out of here, and he's able to stabilize the bike a bit better, and he's able to close in on McKay a bit here through 7, 8, and 9. And Ben always sets it up nice and wide through 9, so he's able to get a really good drive coming onto the back straightaway.
Running it wide on the old airport runway there, and you get a sense on the short shoot and on this back straight to see exactly how different their running styles are coming out of the corners, you say, Andrew, but also maybe a little bit of bike setup. It seems like McKay, tons of wheelie and bouncing and hopping along the way, and Young's bike seems completely settled, even through this kink as well.
I think Ben's just using his rear brake down the back straightaway a little bit to help keep the front end planted a bit rather than having to roll out of the throttle. But Ben's starting to look a little bit racy here. He's finding a few areas and closing up and able to flip the bike side to side a little bit quicker. So he's already picked his spot, I'm sure, in his mind of where he's going to try to make his first pass here on David.
And they are running qualification Q2 times lap over lap over lap. As it stands right now, basically 103 flats at a couple of laps in a row, and then they've gotten to the 103.4, 103.5 as these laps have gone on, but matching shot for shot as the two Hondas out in front, the BMW in third, Kawasaki in fourth, and Andrew Van Winkle doing everything he can to latch on to the back of Jordan Zoke in the 101.
Yeah, Ben again able to stand the bike up a little bit early, but McKay's bike is no slouch. Even with Ben getting a good drive, McKay's able to pull a bit of a gap on the straightaway, but Ben makes it all back up on the brakes, feeling really comfortable with his front end feel right now.
They make their way through that long, winding carousel, through the kink, back to the stripe they go. One more time as you see Ben Young throwing in a 103.4 and a McKay time of 103.254. So you would think that the 2/10 would make a difference on that, but it doesn't look like Young has gone anywhere, and that is the slight amount of difference you can find in a short lap here around Grand Bend Motorplex as they head towards turn number 5 once again. And as the pace is pushed up front by these two riders in McKay and Young, looks like Frast and Zoke starting to distance themselves just a little bit, maybe slowing down the pace as Frast, and into the picture comes Van Winkle.
It's too bad Van Winkle didn't get such a good start there at the beginning of the race, because he's actually been putting in faster laps the last 3 laps than the leaders. So he's definitely closing up for that battle for third, and I don't think the first or second's in his realm, but a podium battle is going to be coming here from Van Winkle. He's going about half a second faster than Zoke and Frast right now.
And as we're focused on the front as well, just peeked a little view of Dante Busick, I believe it was, on Ryan McGowan, making a really good pass into the carousel. They will be the lappers that get hit when that time comes, probably in about 5 to 6 laps. We could see, based on the pace currently, McKay and or Young at the same time hit that challenge, which always throws a bit of a twist into the afternoon's action here in Superbike, with the pace disparity at times with the leaders up front. And Zoltan Frast making his way through turn number 3 on to 4, as it's already McKay and Young up into the 5-6 complex.
Yeah, David's real fast through that 3-4-5 right now on this lap, but I think Ben just looks like he's kind of sitting back right now. They're not really pushing the envelope of what Ben's times were even this morning, but still consistently low minute 3s is a very hot pace on a day today. So we'll see how long they're able to kind of keep this pace going for, or if there's going to be a significant drop off. But if they keep this pace, it'll be one of the faster races we've ever seen here.
And pushing each other, and it's kind of the perfect recipe for a quick race as well, right? When you have a fast local and then an ultra fast 5-time Canada Cup champion that we do in Ben Young. And McKay will do anything to get this win, as Young trying to catch up and send a message himself, as we've hit the midway point of this GP Bikes Pro Superbike feature class, race number 8 of the 2026 calendar. Just Mosport coming up after this race is complete, that being early on in August, so plenty of time for teams to review and assess exactly how this has turned out. And McKay would love the next month to be able to sit happily with a victory in his back pocket against Ben Young, nonetheless, who is excellent, as we know, at CTMP. As the traffic up ahead is Dante Busick and Ryan McGowan, who I mentioned going quickly just a minute ago, but this will time out likely right around the carousel, as McKay starting to plot his plan and make his way through the back markers, and likely wants to get past McGowan here. Can't. going into the carousel, and this might bring Young right into it as McKay has to manage the throttle and go the long way around. Into the kink he goes, gets past one, now trying to manage the other before he gets to turn number 1. And McKay will light up the throttle, gets squeezed a little bit, but makes the move. And now Young gets through on McGowan, but it is Busick that's out in front.
This is going to be really tough on Ben here through this technical stuff. It's extremely hard to pass, even on a back marker going a little bit slower. So this is going to give David McKay a great opportunity to pull a big gap here on Ben.
You got to think McKay is pushing like all heck right now, realizing that if he got a chance to split the deck as he did with Ben Young, who now gets through going into turn number 5. Not a huge disparity in gap, but definitely one as you see Busick go through the runoff area here. And Young puts his head down with Zoltan Frast, Jordan Zoke, and Andrew Van Winkle giving chase in behind. So Busick likely pulling out of the way in order to respect the leaders in that front pack of 5 that are going very quickly as McGowan continues to run. But this puts Ben Young in a tough spot, but it seems every time that the man they call Braveheart gets put in a tough spot at Grand Bend, he starts going low 103. So let's keep our eyes on the next couple of laps once he crosses the stripe here, because this is where Young typically heats up, but McKay not slowing down 1 ounce.
Ben's got some work ahead of him here. David's not going slow lap after lap, consistently low 3. So Ben lost 1.2 seconds there on McKay. So Ben's going to have to put his head down and really show his true grit, and the reasons why he's a multi-time champion of catching up this kind of gap, feeling that he's got the pace. But this is, there's 2-second gap here, and over about 8 laps, he's got to close up by a couple tenths every single lap, which is not easy to do. David's looking fantastic here, and he's giving it his absolute everything. He knows this is his best shot to beat Ben, and he definitely could feel that Ben's chasing him. When you sometimes feel somebody's chasing you, you just get that little urge to want to go that much quicker.
I believe the last time that Ben Young went down, by the way, as a side note in terms of him trying to push but also understanding the exact limit of the bike, was on a Suzuki in the Pro Supersport category, round number 1, 2024, back at Shannonville Motorsport Park. So he did have a crash at Suzuki in testing earlier on this year as he just got back from that event, but he understands exactly how hard and when to push his motorcycle, as the Van Dolders home team Honda has been successful so many times over. But look at the gap that David McKay has stretched out. I wonder whether or not Andrew actually took a peek over his shoulder at some point, maybe in the technical area, and understood that he's got a bit of a gap as we take a look at Zoltan Frast, Jordan Zoke, and Andrew Van Winkle. They have gotten through the original lappers very clean, but it is a tightening down of that last spot on the podium. And Frast, just like in race number 7 of the season, doing an excellent job of being able to maintain position despite the pace.
Yeah, those 3 guys are going nice and quick. Van Winkle's definitely caught the group. He seems to actually have the pace over those guys, so hopefully he's able to put a quick, hard pass on. I know that Van Winkle's not shy to make a hard pass on anybody, so if he can get a sniff there on Jordan, he'll probably try to make a quick dive bomb on him and then start putting the pressure on Frast.
As we have 7 laps to go, and David McKay managing this race beautifully, as Mackenzie Wheel does a great job of allowing Frast, Zoke, and Andrew Van Winkle to make their way through. As at the exit of the carousel, David McKay will tick off another lap, leading from start to finish for now, but still a long way to go. Seems like this is the best possible scenario for McKay, though, on a track that he knows with pole position, and then getting the advantage of that lapper, costing Ben Young 1.2 seconds.
Yeah, David actually just tied his fastest lap of the race, that lap, at a minute 3.0, only 2/10 off of what he qualified on pole on. So incredible by David right now, what he's putting in. It is definitely making it hard for Ben to close this up.
This is as racy as we have ever seen the Snow City Cycle Honda of David McKay. Again, at Calabogie Motorsports Park, he was in the lead of that race and was unable to hang on as he crashed out, leading Jordan Zoke and Ben Young at the bottom of turn 2. And on the podium, every rider said that they were disappointed for David, because you never want to win a race or get a podium spot because of somebody who is unable to complete the full distance of the race. But McKay, similar storyline here, looking quicker than ever, more confident than ever. Seems like the peak that his machinery has been at, the peak of his confidence, bringing the family here. And now with an opportunity, with Ben Young sitting back in second position and struggling to gain back time because McKay just refuses to slow down lap over lap.
Yeah, 100%. McKay's looking great, but I'm looking back at this battle of third, and the lap times are really seesawing, a little bit fast, a little bit slow. So, maybe Frast made a mistake, and the guys are trying to do their best to catch up as as I think Van Winkle is just ready to do something, and so is Jordan. I don't think Jordan's going to want to wait any longer here. There's only 5 laps to go, so I think if a red flag comes out now, the race will be over. So Jordan's going to want to try to do something on Frast, and then Van Winkle's just trying to get himself sorted out where he can. He seems to be a little bit down on power on the back straightaway compared to the BMW of Frast and Jordan's Kawasaki.
Yeah, the headline coming out of this race, if it finishes as is, will be David McKay getting his first national Pro Superbike victory. But I think that the entertainment value, to your point, is certainly sitting there in the 3-4-5 battle as it stands right now, as Ben Young stood up Laurent Liberté Girard a couple of laps ago, and McKay fastest lap, and he crashes out, and David McKay is down. The yellow flags are out in turn 1, and McKay, after having the fastest lap of the race, tumbles into the middle of the bus stop.
Man, that's so disappointing for David. He had just set the fastest lap of the race, which tied his actual qualifying lap time, and man, just pushing so hard, and had a huge gap on Ben at 3.5 seconds. And you just wonder, was he getting the pit lane signs and the gap that he had to know how he could kind of control it? But super, super disappointing for David. Lets Ben walk into this one pretty quick, as Ben had probably just maybe shut it down a little bit, thinking about the championship and the longer run of everything just to gain some points. But now we got a heck of a battle for second place here due to David's real disappointing crash here.
Just heartbreaking to watch David McKay tumble through the grass at the exit of turn 1 in the middle of turn 2 with yellow flags waving, and Ben Young will come by for the first time and see the man that he was chasing walking slowly towards the inside of that corner, and just hope that David McKay is okay. He was up on his feet walking away, but hoping that it's just the heart that's broken more than anything else at this point. What a terrible moment for him. He wanted this victory so badly and had built his season towards it. The fast pace, the entire weekend building with the pole position, and now it is Ben Young clear out in front with Zoltan Frast, Jordan Zoke, and Andrew Van Winkle. Suddenly, only one of those 3 riders will not end up on the podium, and we have just 3 laps to go as we keep a close eye on Frast, Zoke, and Van Winkle battling as they have been lap over lap nearly since, I want to say, about 2 laps in. It's been almost the exact same distance between the 3 of them.
Yeah, surprising not much has actually happened this race compared to last race. A couple attempts at pass, but we're only, like you said, 2.5 laps to go or here. It'll be 2 laps coming through this next corner, and it seems like Frast is definitely confident in where he's at this time. He has his opportunities of pulling away from Jordan in certain areas, and Jordan has just not taken a look at Frast anywhere. Frast has been able to maintain that gap as needed, and we'll see if Van Winkle has an opportunity to put something on to Jordan for that final spot on the podium.
The fastest on that last lap was Jordan Zoke, so he is trying to go get it, but Zoltan Frast sitting in second spot. What a sweet position this would be for him come the end of this race. Again, just 2 laps remaining, and Van Winkle sitting back for just a moment here as they come past us on the exit of turn number 6 into turn number 7. Young still smooth sailing up in front, and he heads down the back straight, ready to come around and receive the white flag with 1 lap to go. The battle is for the final podium positions at this point after David McKay crashing out of this Pro Superbike matchup that he was in control of, and it leads to intrigue with Van Winkle staring down an opportunity to again rapidly progress from where he had been on a Saturday into a Sunday. Zoke takes a bit of a look down into turn 1. Frast shuts the door for now.
Last lap here, everything's on the table. Jordan's going to push hard. I think he's going to be setting something up to going into turn 9 the way that he was looking at it on the lap before that. Van Winkle might be just trying to pick up the scraps at this point, but I don't think Jordan's not going to put a nose in there. He's always been aggressive on the track, and he knows what those extra points in the championship could mean in the long run.
It is Ben Young going past, and it is Zoltan Frast doing everything he can. He knows the lines. He knows how to be defensive. How can he park his bike in the perfect spot? As
Jordan's setting him up right now.
Yeah, he thought about trying to take him maybe into turn number 9. He waits on that. Now he tries to pick up the drive coming out of turn number 9. What do you see here, Andrew?
Great drive by Jordan. His best that he's done this whole race to stay very close to Frast. Jordan's going to take a look at him going up the inside on the off into the carousel here.
as Ben Young comes around through the carousel, and Young will take the victory here yet again in 2026. It's Ben Young and the Van Dolders Home Team Honda. He doubles down on the weekend as Zoltan Frast crosses the line and takes second spot. He holds off Jordan Soak and Andrew Van Winkle, and it will be Van Winkle that is the odd man out on the outside of the podium as Van Winkle congratulates him. Zoke rounds out the podium. What a ride from Zoltan Frast. And Ben Young gets yet another victory here, but this one I'm sure will come with a bit of a sour taste, knowing that David McKay was so rapid throughout this race and unfortunately crashed out with just a few to go after setting the fastest lap of the entire contest.
Yeah, really unfortunate for David McKay, obviously putting in the fastest lap like that and pulling a great gap on Ben for that one, but you know, Ben just kind of did his thing again, man. He just hung around, kind of understood the pace they need to. I think he sat back in second place, realized that maybe McKay's is pushing the pace a little bit too fast, or thought about the championship in the long run of it and shut it down. And just such a tough break for McKay. And you know, he's gonna get one, man. He missed out on Calabogie and he missed out on this one, but he's gonna get one back.
I think Zoltan Frast might have just gave Ben Young the nod. Hey, I got second, and Young kind of did the, really? All right, good for you, man. That's crazy. But they have a nice little conversation as they make their way through turn number 9 and down the back straight. And yeah, an impressive performance from Zoltan Frast. And again, one of those like we've seen in the past with these two who decide to go side by side, and Young with a big wheelie down the back straight. As you start to think, man, that in the past we've seen Steven Nickerson and Chris Pledge and Zoltan Frast and so many of these fast regional riders from the Southern Ontario Association of Racing. You just wish they were around. The budget was there, the support was there, that they could be a part of all things all season long, as we see the final classification for the GP Bikes Pro Superbike feature class, race number 2, race 8 of the season, and what a race it was.
Yeah, awesome race, super fast pace. It was actually quite a bit faster than it was yesterday afternoon, so obviously the guys all managed to improve their lap times. You kind of wonder what it would have been like had Van Winkle not got boxed out there at the early part of the race, because he actually seemed to have the quicker pace than Frast and Zoke, but just couldn't make it happen at the end.
And that 102.884 from David McKay looms large, because that would have been an absolute exclamation mark on this race if he would have gone on to victory. I mean, that is ridiculously quick to go around this place with the wind, whether you want to talk about headwind or tailwind. It doesn't, their conditions sure on track are beautiful, but he knows how to get the pace out of any bike at any point, any time of day on this track. He's done it in Pro Supersport, he's done it in Pro Superbike, but it's that final 5 laps when in control of a race that seems like the final step for David McKay to get his first Pro Superbike victory.
Yeah, it's tough. I've been there before, leading the race by a couple seconds and crashing out of the lead, and then you go back kind of thinking, well, what did I do wrong, or what did I change different? And he's going to go back and look at the data and see what he did, and I think at the end of it, he's going to realize, man, I was going fast.
Yeah.
I was going very, very fast, and did I really need to? And they'll kind of think about it and come together as a team and think what they're going to do for future races. If he does have a big gap like that, to maybe not have to push so hard with 5 laps to go in the race like that, but hey, these things happen. That's why it's racing. That's why you got to go all the way to the checkered flag, and that's what keeps Ben as a consistent champion.
Yeah, it's the age-old question, right, of exactly how hard do you need to push in order to get the job done. And but I mean, what a weekend of racing. We're not done yet. There's still more racing to come for you here on the CSBK live stream. We appreciate Jim Dowell from Bridgestone for popping up, but we really appreciate the VO3 for bringing the party to us here as we got an opportunity to call another great race. It was the 4th for us, Andrew, between Pro Supersport, Pro Superbike this weekend. It's punctuated by Thomas Cassis taking 2 victories in Pro Supersport, now Ben Young taking 2 victories in Pro Superbike category, but incredibly impressive, and so many interesting storylines as well, exiting this round 4 and headed towards round 5 at Mosport.
It's a great build-up. I mean, double-double for both those guys in the pro class. Sorry, and leading into Mosport, they're probably going to go in. Hey, let's get these championships buckled up and for race 1 at Mosport, and then after that, it'll be gloves off, and they can go fighting for as fast as they possibly want through those. So, this is a great lead into it. I think McKay's going to want a super big-time redemption on this. Obviously, a lot of disappointment there. But Mosport always brings out the best in everybody, right? It's our biggest race we go to. It's got the most spectators. It's the most coveted race. So who knows what's going to happen at that track?
Yeah, absolutely. Ben Young comes around with the checkered flag and makes his way towards the podium. You think he knows where the podium is here at Grand Bend? Is he familiar, or is he?
I think he's figured it out by now, although he is taking a weird route to get there.
He decided to take
time,
the back roads just in front of us here.
Yeah,
So Ben's getting creative with it. Maybe wanted to visit a couple of more fans who have camped out here, as a great crowd is on hand, and looking forward to having more and more people come out as we continue to build all things Bridgestone CSBK on the media side and get out more riders, more fans, and build more excitement, because the racing is unbelievable to watch in person. And if you get a chance to know these riders like we've gotten to know David McKay, the storylines and the connection that you feel with them when they crash out in a race like this with so much pressure and so much opportunity in the moment, is there's really nothing like it. It's incredible to experience firsthand. So looking forward to seeing more people coming out to the races. Thank you to everybody who's been following along on the live stream as well, and commenting and having fun on there. It's been a tremendous weekend for us to bring it to you, and we really do appreciate everyone spending your time and your weekend, whether you're sitting out at the cottage or at home by the pool in the backyard, taking some time with us to watch some fantastic racing. So it is great as always to be here with you, and the podium at large gets set to run, and Jordan Zoke up there again, but Zoltan Frast, I think, is going to be the one that'll have the biggest smile on his face in this entire podium, because he understands just how rare this is, right? Zoke and Young, they've been there plenty of times. They see it. They've mastered it. Zoltan Frast, he's got so much pace every time we've seen him, and you wonder whether or not this might lead to him going, you know what, CTMP sounds like a good idea. I can go have some fun out there.
Well, hopefully he does go there, because his bike was a rocket ship here.
Yeah.
That place is a fast track, so hopefully he goes there. It's a great showing. It's great to have more riders in the series like that. Soar's been kind of breeding a bunch of fast guys recently, so hopefully they can kind of keep that momentum going, and I hope he celebrates well with all of his friends and family that are here for this race as well today.
Aggressive champagne spraying from Zoltan Frast.
Super hard. Spray everybody.
Yeah,
give him 3 or 4 bottles. He deserves
exactly. That's my call. That's my prediction on the podium celebrations here, is that Zoltan Frast should have himself a good time. Does he know how to open the bottle of champagne quickly is the question, because we've seen the race down there with Frank Wood on the podium celebrations as well throughout this weekend. But let's send it down to Frank, as he's got our top 3 ready to celebrate in the GP Bikes Pro Superbike feature class.
We're good to go. Just before we get going here, I do want to remind you we're going to have the 50-50 draw immediately after this podium. Having said that, let's get on with the podium, shall we? It gives me pleasure to call to the podium in the 3rd place. Would you welcome, please, Jordan Zoke. And presenting the trophies on behalf of Gulf Fuels, Jeff, these are the people that give us the horsepower. Congratulations, Jordan. I'll talk to you in just a moment. Wait till you hear the applause for this one, Jeff. Finishing in 2nd spot on the number 74 machine. He learned his lesson yesterday, and this time he kept it upright. He brought it home, and he is awarded with a 2nd place finish in the National Championship Superbike race. Put your hands and voices together to welcome this young man to the podium. I'm talking about Zoltan Frast. I told you it was going to be a good cheer. Congratulations to Zoltan. I'll be over to talk to you in a moment, young man. And to the top of the box with yet another victory, the number 1 rider here in Canada on the Honda has done it again. He waited his time. He made the move, and it was the right move to make. We'll talk about him on the podium, rather. Welcome, please, Braveheart Ben Young. Okay, we need you to stand real close together so we can do some media stuff, and then once I'm given the nod, I'm going to have a chat with each and every one of you. Did you forget the procedure, Ben? Okay, good to go. Good to go. This has been a long and illustrious career for this man, and he scores yet another podium. I know the number of championship wins, but I can't imagine the number of podium appearances you've made. Jordan, congratulations. Well done.
Yeah, I guess not deserved. I don't think McKay, he deserved to win that one. He rode amazing. It's sad to see him go down, but put us on the podium, and I guess we'll take it. That's racing, and I think he's okay, so that's the main thing. It's good to see him riding well and Zoltan riding well, these young guys. It makes it more fun for us out there, and I knew I had to finish 2nd if Ben won to make the championship go to the next round. And unfortunately, we had a mechanical at Calabogie where I felt like we could have won the second race there. Possibly, we had a good chance and kept this championship fight alive, But, I can't say enough about Ben. He's been a great champion. He deserves it. He rode amazing all year. We just couldn't get down the straightaway to get past this BMW on the straightaway. We all know how fast they are. And if I could have got by him a little earlier, I think I could have went with those guys. I was hoping to maybe get by him at the start and hang with them, because I felt like half race on yesterday too, I was being held up, and same today. I felt like I could have carried a little more. Just couldn't get by him. He rode really defensive. He rode really smart. So congrats to him on that. And I just want to thank all the support I'm getting. All my fans and friends and my family, and it's awesome. I want to keep racing as long as I can. I love it. It's what I do, and hopefully we can be back up here in the future. And just really awesome to have a win this year, and I think we can get a couple more maybe at Mossport this year, and hopefully finish the year strong.
Well said. Congratulations. Jordan Zook brings it home in third spot for Canadian Kawasaki Motors and AIM Insurance. Now over to this side, and Zoltan Frast, and I knew they were going to cheer big for you, man. What a race. Congratulations. I'm real happy for you.
Yeah, thanks, Frank. It feels great to be up here, especially after yesterday with a little bit of heartbreak at the end there. It's a bit of a redemption for me. And I just want to start by throwing this podium out for a couple people who sadly passed away at the start of this year. They're both CSBK and SOAR family, Marshall Linda Willis and Keith Nickerson. Both played tremendous roles in my racing time and a bunch of the other racers that have been here, so I just want to dedicate this one to them.
Well said. Beautiful.
The race was good. I knew once Ben got by me, it would be hard to kind of keep with them. Tried to keep pace as much as possible, and they kind of gapped away, but I knew I had good pace, and I just tried to manage the gap at the back, and I didn't see a wheel, so here we are.
You got a bunch of people to thank.
Oh, I do. Mainly Spencer, dealing with everything from yesterday and the whole rest of the years that he's been with me, my crew, my father, Josh, Marissa, everyone else who came out. Timber and Timberworks, they've been a huge help to get out this weekend, get us here. KYT Helmets, ASAP Motorsports, Andrew getting the bike absolutely dialed in here. Ride 42, they do great track days. Everyone else who helped out, who I know I'm forgetting.
Did you like that cheer when you came up?
Oh, it was beautiful. It makes me.
Want to hear it again? Ladies and gentlemen, Zoltan Frast in second spot. That's what I was waiting for. Thanks for that. Now, I'll try to find an easier way up to the top of the box here and have a chat with Braveheart. Congratulations, Ben. Well done.
Yeah, thanks, Frank. Interesting race. I had championship number 6 on my mind, and I was quite content sitting where I was, and it was a real shame to see David do what he did. They've shown such great potential the last 2 race weekends, and today was right and phenomenal. But it just shows you out there all it takes is one little mistake, and that's it. We're pushing to the absolute limit. So, I can't thank the Van Dolders home team, Honda, enough. We've had 2 great years with the Honda and many great years with the BMW in the past, and it's came to another championship, so that's awesome for us, and we are really stoked for the whole team. And it's been a bit of a smaller program this year having Willie stateside, but obviously that's just made Scott pull his socks up a bit more and work harder, so it's he's certainly done that. So thank you, Scott, my mum, my dad, Marley, the whole Honda crew, the Van Dolders home team, just everybody. Bridgestone tires, phenomenal as always. Parts Canada for protecting me for the past 5 years. They've been with me. So Beko Racing, just Hendel Exhaust, everybody. Thank you. I'm sorry I've missed anybody, and really looking forward to heading to Mossport in a few weeks and having some more fun with these guys.
Us too. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, that is your podium. Now feature this with Jordan Zook on a Kawasaki, Zoltan Frast on a BMW, and Ben Young on a Honda. I think, has he done it?
Well, we've got to do post-race technical inspection, but if everything goes through, he's champion. So let's do this and then.
Can I talk about that now? Yeah. It's okay to mention it?
Yeah, champagne. Yeah, what do you want to do this first? Yeah, let's get a photo. Okay, yeah.
So it's a deal?
The bikes have to pass tech still, but we're here, we got to do this, right? So,
okay. Yep.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. This caught me off guard. I didn't realize he had wrapped it up. But in that race, Braveheart has wrapped up his 6th national championship here in Canada. Let's hear it. You can be louder than that. Let me hear you better. Congratulations, Braveheart. Ben Young has wrapped up this national championship. And a strong congratulations to you. The CSBK trophy goes to Ben Young for 2026. But again, our podium perfectly representing the competition that we have here in Canada with a Kawasaki in 3rd spot, a BMW in 2nd, and a Honda on top of the box. Here comes the bubbly. Oh, we're going to move the bikes, yeah. Let's move the bikes out of the way so they don't get covered in champagne. It's really hard to get off. Thank you, Russ. Teams moving forward and rolling them out. Zoltan Frass team now moving that 74 out of the way. And champagne bottles will be coming out thanks to Jeff from Gulf Fuels. And this voice is moving upwind. Stand back, Jeff. All right. Wow. Oh, you know, you see what's happened here? Those bottles have been sitting out in the sun and they are primed. They're loaded.
Champagne all around as Ben Young. We were standing up here wondering about the math, and we didn't have confirmation of it, but it looks like 5 straight Canada Cups. He's officially been awarded the trophy. 6 titles overall for Ben Young here in Canada. Andrew, we got plenty of stuff to talk about moving forward and looking forward to doing that. But for now, we have to get set for the amateur superbike category. Congratulations to Ben Young, Zoltan Frass, Jordan Zoke on the podium. But really, the #1 plate with Ben Young remains with that man that has been so dominant over the last half-decade in Canada. Thank you for watching the GP Bikes Pro Superbike Feature Class Amateur Superbike, coming at you right after this.
Go the distance on the Bridgestone Ultraweather tire. Engineered with our advanced Peak Life polymer compound for long-lasting wear resistance. Backed by a 100,000-kilometer limited mileage warranty.
Hi, I'm Jerry Ordanis, president of GP Bikes. Our goal is to make GP Bikes your one-stop shop for all your power sports needs. We offer a wide range of premium brands, including Ducati, BMW, Triumph, and Indian motorcycles. Plus, we offer a full parts and service department. From off-road to ATV to side-by-side and e-bikes, we've got it all.
We ride so you can ride.
Welcome back to the final race of round 4 here at the Grand Bend Motorplex, part of the Bridgestone CSBK Superbike Championship. We got our AIM Insurance Amateur Superbikes coming out, and Andrew, it's been a long time since you were amateur Superbike. I mean, probably a lot longer than you'd like to admit, but
26 years isn't that long.
Okay, well, yeah, it's a bit, but yes. So these bikes, when they're coming out here, these are a lot of younger people who are trying to make it to the pros, and other ones who are just, this is what they do.
Yeah, I think what these guys get a chance to see now is the opportunity to, what did the pros that they just got off the track, what do they look like and what they can kind of strive towards. And it's always interesting to see the amateurs. There's such a wide variety of bikes, wide variety of riders, young and old, and how long they've been riding, track day guys, local guys. So you never really know what you're going to get for a race on the track, but these guys are the ones who are really just trying to see what they could push themselves to, just challenge themselves to be better and better, and then ultimately work it up to the pro ranks.
And the other thing over the years we've seen is some people come out and race the amateur sport bike and super bike. Some of them have 2 bikes. Some of them just have their sport bike and then run in super bike, which is always interesting to see how close they can run to the super bike times on a machine with much less horsepower.
Totally, and I think that's where you see in the amateur there's some pros and cons to super bikes on tracks like this, and where they're able to go fast, go slow, who's confident, who's been doing more laps. To really push the super bike, you got to do a ton of laps with a ton of riding pretty much anywhere to get really comfortable on it. And sometimes the guys can really throw around a super sport bike really well, and they can keep up. And at a track like this, a super sport bike and amateur can really keep up compared to super bike, except for the long straightaway,
Sure.
right? Like there's gonna be a gap there, and the faster super sport riders sometimes can really put the pressure on a super bike guy.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. Unfortunately, a bit of a limited field we're going to have here this weekend. We saw that yesterday with we finished with only 3 riders on the track. We'll see how many we start with today, but it should be an exciting race, and we appreciate everyone sticking with us here on the very first live stream for CSBK. But riders coming out on track, and it looks like we are going to have 4 riders.
Hey, battle of attrition. We should
Yes.
see some people do some qualifying and crash out in practice, just unable to get the parts to go riding again. But that said, though, Bailey Ives, I'm hoping, it looks like he's out there, and he is in the hunt for a championship
100%.
as well, right? So he's going after some points, and I think we saw Spencer on the R1 yesterday take the win, and Julia on number 5 put in a great race in the super sport race as well, and is going to probably do the same thing here. So we'll see if they can at least hold together for a couple laps. But at the end of the day, it's a great time for them to just go out and get some clear track time, go out and do some riding and learn and try to improve their skills under different conditions, and maybe show off to some of the other teams that are here and get a chance to talk to some of the pro teams that are here as well.
Absolutely. Bailey had a bit of an issue in yesterday's race, ended up 2 laps down. He had gone off, fought with the bike to try to get it running right again, and then got back on. But he's definitely got different plans for today. All right, really, as they come up to the starting line here, let's go through this really quick. It'll be Carter Mason on pole, Julia Kranz in the middle on row number 1, second starting place, and Bailey Ives starts 3rd. And then scheduled in row number 2 is 27 Jeremy Lazur, 146 Alex Baudouin, and 93 Doug Newman. So we'll see what happens here, but this should be a pretty good race. We'll look for Bailey to get a good jump here, and
Bailey
what
got
a
a
nice
great
start on the outside there. Trying to go around the outside here into turn 1. Better line for turn 2. Nope, not quite there. But certainly a better start for Bailey Ives today. Carter Mason leads them out through turn number 3, turn number 4, and into the short chute.
I was watching Carter this morning in his practice, and he was making that R1 hum around here, and his actual lap times he was doing were low minute 5s, and if he can start clicking on to a high minute 4, those are the same times that some of the pro guys were running, right? Mid-pack pro guys, so he's going very fast as an amateur superbike rider, and Bailey didn't quite have the same pace as that in the super sport race, so Bailey will try to hold on to as much as he can, but Carter definitely looked great on that superbike.
And then here's where you're going to see that difference in horsepower that we're talking about. You look at that R1 just jump out and gain 10 bike lengths immediately, probably opening up to, well over 20 bike lengths. But then now Bailey's got the work to do as they go on the brakes into the carousel for the first time. And it's this infield section where he's really got to make hay.
Definitely, he's got to use the lightweight of that Super Sport and his previous Super Sport ride that he just did earlier in the day to do his best to catch up. But like I said, I think Carter's just faster, right? At the end of the day, he's going quicker. But this will give Bailey something to learn and chase, right? A local fast guy. It's hard to learn from somebody. Bailey being from the East Coast, this is a totally different realm for him at this place, and he's a great young kid and lots of energy. So he'll learn, and I bet you he'll end up probably putting in faster lap times in this race than he did in the Super Sport race earlier today.
Yeah, we've seen it before. You got someone to chase, you got a marker out there to go after. You surprise yourself how much more you can push the machine.
Yeah, especially in the amateur ranks, the lap times typically lack a little bit of the consistency that you would see in the pro ranks. So being able to catch somebody faster than you is always the best way to go fast in the amateur ranks, and Bailey's got that in front of him right now.
All right, as they go down the backstretch here for the second time, that gap opens up just a wee bit more. Julia Kranz, they're in third. They're looking pretty strong. And fourth position, back there is Alex Modwin, I believe, is who we have in fourth. Just waiting for timing and scoring to update here for us. Okay, looking at second place, Bailey Ives here as he dives in here into turn number one. And he's looking good back there. In this section, he's not really losing any pace at all.
No, they're looking really strong. And I'm pretty impressed as well with Alex Bodway there in fourth place. I know in the Super Sport race earlier in the day he ran off the track and the lap times were off, but he's actually holding on a little closer to Julia, who's now in third, which would have put Alex in the third place position in the Super Sport race. So the Super Sport riders are actually nice and close the way that they should be, but as you can see, definitely Carter on that R1 is just running away. Mostly due to the power down the back straightaway, but he's looking great through all of the technical stuff on that R1. It seems to be handling great for him.
Yeah, and to illustrate that, the last lap for Carter Matson was a 106.39, and Bailey was a 107.92. So, that's the difference of 60 horsepower between the R1.
Yeah,
and
you can see he's jumping at least a second down the back straightaway.
Yeah. So Carter is out there. He has definitely set sail. Bailey kind of out on his own. Carter's getting away just a little bit from him, so that can get a little rough. You've been close, you've got that marker out there, but when he starts slipping away, does it get frustrating and you may lose your rhythm a little bit because you don't have that rabbit to chase as much?
Yeah, definitely in certain races, but I think Bailey probably understands, what's happening with him. The guy's being on a Superbike, that Bailey's down probably, 50, 60 horsepower versus the Superbike, and he's just going to go out there and kind of do his ride, but Carter just keeps kind of putting in lap after lap of his fast lap times at 106, and I think at the end of the day, that's what the amateurs are here to do, right? Just get some laps in. Some may take it as a Sunday cruise in the afternoon in this heat, and others are just really trying to improve their skill and see how they can get themselves to ride better. They learn a lot from the pros. They listen to what the pros are saying, and hopefully they'll be able to take some of this back to their regional club events and then improve their skill from there. As that the regional events are truly what are developing the skill for today's national series.
Sure. Speaking of regional riders, the home track here for Julia Kranz. She's had a good solid weekend here. She's done well in the points throughout the season, and they're looking pretty good out there. They're turning lap times at about 1 minute 9, high 1 minute 9, low 1 minute 10. So nothing to sneeze at there.
No, it's great for Julia to do that and having a local SOAR racer as well, and just showing what a good strong regional series can do, breeding a lot of competition. It'd be great to have more of them out at an event like this, and so they could show off a little bit more of their skills. I know that Ken works really hard with his regional group as well. So, but this is a national event, right? And you want to put yourself up against the best of the best. And right now, while there's only 4, hey, this is the best of the riders that decided to show up and put it on the track.
Yeah, I was having a conversation with CSBK head honcho Ross Milson earlier, and we were talking about some of the regional people not coming out. They're afraid of looking bad. I'm like, the way you get better is to race against people who are faster. It doesn't, or whatever the sport is. If you only play against who you play against, you're never going to get any better. You got to compare yourself to the people who are better. So hopefully next year we'll see a lot more people from SOAR out here. But continuing to ride along here as they're coming through the carousel. Fourth place, Alex Beaudoin. Yeah, he's making his way through the carousel. He's having a pretty solid run out there. I believe he and Julie are pretty tight for in the points championship right now. So if he can help himself here, speed up a little bit. I mean, that's a 3-second gap he's got right now to try to cut down. But hey, any points are good points at this point.
Yeah, you'll take them all that you can get, right? And I think one of the great things about the amateur stuff right now and us being live today, they're getting a chance to showcase to their family. They probably never would have. You know, we haven't had amateur racing on any broadcast in a long time, so it's great to have it here and showcase their skills they're doing. And it is nice for them to be able to go back to their family, go back to sponsors, and showcase what they really were able to put together for this weekend as well. It's been a great showing for Julie all weekend. Looks like in line for another podium here for 3rd place. I got to admit, man, I'm really impressed with Carter. He is doing very consistent lap times at a minute 6.0 basically every single lap. So he's really consistent on where he's at. So he's comfortable with that bike. He's comfortable with the track. You know, his next step will be, you know, push himself and maybe into the pro ranks next year. And, you know, it's always a tough one, right? When you transition from an amateur into a pro, it's a tough transition. You're used to winning by big gaps like we see today, but you go into amateur and all of a sudden you're kind of mid-pack or a little bit further behind, and it's a little bit of a mix with your confidence. And, you know, it just, hey, we want to push yourself to be the best of the best. Well, get to this race, then go into the pro ranks, and then it takes 1 or 2 or 3 years in the pro ranks to start working yourself up. But the level of consistency that Carter's putting together is it's really, really cool to see.
Yeah, his lap times have all been in the low 106s, ranging anywhere from a 106.002 to 106.39. So, I mean, you know, for an amateur to be within 0.4 of a second, that's every lap. That's quite good.
And he just went way faster again at a 5.5, right?
So, geez.
These lap times that he's doing probably would have put him in around 7th place in the Pro Superbike, 7th or 8th place. So,
100%, yeah.
You know, that hopefully that gives him some confidence to think about maybe coming out to Mosport in a few weeks and looking forward to potentially doing some pro racing. One of the things you always hear from a lot of amateurs, well, I don't want to go pro racing because it's so expensive. I mean, man, you're already here. You spend all the money to get here. 1 or 2 extra laps that you get in the Pro Superbike stuff, it's not that much more, right?
No.
So take what you got and pay your dues in the pros a little bit, and then you can spend a little bit more money. But you're already here. All the fixed costs are already there. So come on out, let's go do some Pro Superbike stuff as well.
Yeah, absolutely. He's just out there set sailing. It is Carter Matson looking good. He's got the entire back straight between himself and Bailey Ives right now. It's just the difference in power between a 600 and a 1,000 cc machine. So.
But what's cool to see is I'm sure knows that he's got a big gap, but he's not going slow. He's not just out for the Sunday ride. He is pushing and challenging himself. You know, another lap here at a minute 5.7. Another good lap, just out there riding by himself. So he must put in a ton of laps here at the regional race and knows his marks. Probably honestly could do it with his eyes closed at this point, but it is cool to see an amateur superbike rider just being so consistently smooth, and he looks great on the bike when he's riding around as well.
And let's give a shout to Bailey Ives here, we were talking about Carter's consistency, but Bailey has also been pretty much all in the low 108s, and then a couple laps to go through in a 107 for good measure. So he's doing all right himself on the.
Yeah, it's when you start comparing the pros versus the amateurs, what you do ultimately is look for consistency. And the fact you saw earlier in the race today with the Pro Superbike, Ben and the guys are putting consistently low minute 3 lap times. These guys are doing, you know, consistent 5s or 6s, but it's consistent is the thing, right? If that's what's allowing them to win these races. Some of the other guys a little bit further in the pack, their laps have a much bigger spread between the fast and the slow lap, and ultimately if you can break that time down where your lap is consistently the same time, that's what's going to start breeding you those wins and in the long run the championships.
All right, Carter Matson continues to dominate the race here. We got 2 and a bit laps to go, about 2.5 laps left in our final race here, and yeah, easy. I hate to overuse the line, but easy like Sunday morning.
Man, I just love the sound of that cross-plane crank on the R1. It's just
good.
so distinctive, right?
I mean, the scream of a a Honda, Yamaha, Kawasaki, or excuse me, Yamaha, Suzuki, Kawasaki is great, but it's just that rumble of that flat plane.
I'm going to date myself here a little bit, but in 2010 was the first year of that cross-plane 2009 it came out actually from R1, and I got on and I immediately thought I was riding a MotoGP bike just from the sound of that thing. So it was pretty cool to listen to. But yeah, and Julia's still looking good too, rocking out there, and Alex is still kind of honestly keeping her in sight a little bit for the podium. So if there's not a mistake here in the next lap or two to really offset Julia, then Alex might find himself on the podium position.
All right, penultimate lap here coming up as Carter Mattson turns it into turn number 1. Sorry, he was saw another black and white machine, and I'm like, oh, okay, no, pay attention to the monitor, son.
It's nice to see too. You know, on the timing screen just now, it's just showing Bailey Ives with his fastest lap of the race with only 2 laps to go. So
yeah,
you know, it's great to know that Bailey is still pushing himself as well, even though there's big gaps on the front and the back of him. But this just goes to say, like, hey, I'm not worried about the race. I'm challenging myself, trying to learn different things, different riding positions, whatever it might be. You know, at the end of the day, you are the only rider on the bike. You get to challenge yourself in an area like this where there's not other racers. It's you challenging yourself lap after lap, and I think that's one of the best parts of this racing. You know, sometimes you can just be doing it all on your own.
Yep. And one thing if we look in like Moto 3, the guys who can be fast on their own and don't need the pack, those are the guys you really need to pay attention to. If someone's fast but they're just always in the pack fast, okay. But the ones who can just go out, do laps on their own and be fast, those are the ones you need to pay attention to. And something like this where you keep challenging yourself on your lap, and you got your lap timer in front of you there usually, you can see where you are.
Yeah, and being able to just do it by yourself is so cool, and you know, you get such a different feeling when you're in tune with the bike.
All right, last lap here for Carter Mattson as he makes his way into the short chute.
Oh, looks like Carter Mattson's
someone's down.
Where is that?
Looking for who he
lost. We got a red flag out here.
Uh-oh. All right, red flag is flown, and that will definitely be the end of the race. Is that Julia
like
who went down?
Yeah, it'd be Julia.
I think it is Julia who went down. It's something down towards the end of the straight or into the carousel. Couldn't quite see where that is when the bike went down, but hopefully everything is good. We'll pass along any information we can. See if they're holding the riders in position, and see track official heading out there. So, yeah, unfortunate way to end. Never like ending a weekend with a red flag.
Well, at least Julia's up walking around, so something's okay. You know, she looks okay, which is the best part of any crash, right? Especially at the end of the day like this. You know, some elbow rash, and it looked like the bike is just in the middle of the track somewhere. So obviously got to throw a red flag for that. But with that had being the last lap, you know, this is obviously the end of the race. So glad to see Julia's up walking around.
Yeah, so good weekend though. I mean, as we said, not the way you wanted, but what a fantastic weekend of racing we've had here at the Grand Bend Motorplex.
Unbelievable, right? And the first time we're doing this live for everybody as well. So the racing was great Saturday, racing was great Sunday. You know, the pro winners were still the pro winners, which was what you'd expect. And just seeing what Carter Mattson just did, it's incredible riding, you know, for an amateur superbike. So top job to all the crew, you know, that put this together. Top job to all the CSBK crew that allowed this to happen. And also nice to see, you know, Ben winning the championship, Bridgestone coming into CSBK for another 2 years.
Yep.
Excellent news all around, and really looking forward to just carrying this into the next final round at Mossport.
Yep, CTMP is our next event. It's either 3 or 4 weeks. Sorry, I've got to look at the the second weekend in August. So hopefully we'll see you there. We'll have a few more minutes with you, but there is a rumor that we might try and do one of these live streams again at CTMP. It's going to be a heck of an effort to pull it off. So don't count on it. It could be a nice surprise, but everyone has enjoyed it so much this weekend. We've looked at all the feedback on YouTube, and nothing but, hey, this is fantastic. This is great. They appreciated the insights from everyone, from yourself, from Jacob, from Stacy, who are former racers. Of course, Marshall always does a great job. I mean, you know. He is the true professional.
It's a massive undertaking to do this, and obviously, you know, the series heard the fans loud and clear that they wanted this. The racers have been asking for this, so it is great to see that we did this. Hopefully it can happen at Mosport, but you know, that track is a monster in itself to make this happen for a couple weeks from now.
All right, so with the red flag, they go back one lap for the results. It'll be Carter Matson who is your winner. Bailey Ives in second. Julia Kranz will get the third position, and on the podium there, Alex Boudouin will come home in a fourth position. So those are the overall standings, and
yeah, they probably will go back and double check the positioning there for Julia. Usually on the red flag like that, they'll get demoted one place, but overall, great weekend, man.
100%.
This was great. Great weather, good crowd. Hopefully we get some more people coming out from Mosport, but this was great.
Yeah, we couldn't ask for. I mean, the weather's been perfect. A little breezy maybe later in the day, but you know that just makes it a little bit more fun. Highlights from the weekend. Anyone's in particular for you?
I'll say highlights for Ben, obviously doing the double where he was, Ben Young, and a little disappointment, not a little, a huge disappointment for David.
Yep.
David McKay on that one. You know, that's just so tough, and you feel so bad for the guy. And
just put in as fast as a lap and then turn one.
It's just heartbreaking for him and his team, but he's going to get it, right?
He's
on
right
the
there.
cusp. It's right there. It's going to happen for him. It's just got to stick to it. It's going to come around. So, you know, that was great. There's been some pretty great twins races as well. You know, JP Taché just kind of did everything again and made a great last lap pass for the win as well. And, you know, I think wrapped up the championship in that class as well.
So, yes.
Or very close to it, if not. So, you know, just a lot of good stuff. And at the end of the day, very few crashes at the track again, and you know, unfortunately ending with one today. But you know, overall, just a great weekend. Pretty good amount of fans coming in and out. You can kind of see them in different areas of the track as well.
Yeah, and I think everything's wrapping up at about the right time because the wind has definitely picked up quite a bit here. We're holding on to our canopy right now just to make sure it stays in place. But yeah, we've really enjoyed this experience. I think we're going to go to the podiums here in just a little bit. I think Julia, as you said, Julia was up and standing and everything. But they just put her in the ambulance. They'll just take her there, check her out. But should be okay.
It's a long walk back otherwise.
Oh,
so better to go back in the
yeah,
ambulance, get the free ride, and yeah, as long as she's up and okay.
Yep. And yeah, they're putting the bike up on the machine there to bring it back, and looks relatively in good shape. But yeah, we'll have to get the story on that from Frank on the podium of what happened.
It's just in such a weird place that it could have happened, right? Like it
Something
looks like it's
locked
down
up,
the end of
maybe?
the straightaway. You know, we didn't really catch what had happened there, but it's just such a weird spot to have a bike at the end of the straightaway, not even in the turn yet. So who knows what would have happened there? Maybe something locked up and she flipped over, something like that. But again, she's up, she's okay, right?
Most important thing.
Okay, that's always the first thing. Bikes can be fixed, but you know, we want the rider to always be safe.
Yep. So CTMP, Canadian Tire Motorsport Park, Mosport. There was a whole argument about Moss versus Mosport in the comments earlier, but man, that is a great place to wrap up the championship. It is sort of the crown jewel. No, it isn't sort of. It is the crown jewel of tracks in Canada. What are your memories of racing there?
Yeah, I had a couple wins, especially my very first year racing there as an amateur. I had some great, cool wins 26 years ago, a long, long time ago. But couple national wins, couple national podiums, especially in the super sport class. The competition is always so tight there, right? The track breeds competition just from not having so much technical stuff. And if you've got a fast enough bike, you can always kind of stay in the hunt and in the draft. So there's been some good races that I've watched from the sidelines as well. And just very recently, the last couple of years, it looks like the Superbike racing is just getting that much better there. And they are going faster consistently. Maybe not the outright lap is there, but lap after lap in the race, it's just breeding really strong competition. The fans always turn out as well, right?
Yeah.
The fans are always there, which gets the riders that much more excited to put on such a great show. So hopefully, and I expect it, we're going to see the same thing again. You know, with Ben already wrapping up the championship, it'll be all gloves off, right? He's not going to be holding back and trying to conserve to win the championship. So he'll be going hard, just like everybody else, to kind of close out the end of the season because they start to prep for next year, right? They want to show off. And most OEMs and teams and sponsors only really remember what your last race was, right? So when you get into Mosport, they're going to want to make sure that they win the race so they can go back and say, I just won this race. Please help us out for the following year.
Yeah. And we'll see a few more people show up, because if they only do one national, it's going to be at CTMP.
Always is, right? Like that is, as you mentioned, the crown jewel. It's right close to Toronto, so there's a ton of people around there, a ton of track day riders that like to go, that are very fast when they come out in all the classes between amateur and pro, lightweight and twins. So it's the one where everybody does want that level of competition, and they look forward to going to. We got a couple others that are really great as well. We went to Calabogie this year. It's an unbelievable racetrack for what it actually is, but Mosport, just the high speed feel of it all. We don't have anything like it in Canada, and honestly, there's nothing like that in North America.
Yep. All right. Yeah, we're going to look forward to that. We'll wrap up with you here in a little bit, but let's send it down to Frank Wood and the podium.
Finishing in second spot, Bailey Ives. And in first spot, and to the top of the box, we welcome Carter Matson. Carter. Let's get up there and hold those trophies up, guys. A big smile for the camera, if you will. Alexi, get a little closer there if you can. Attaboy. Okay. Good to go for that. Let's wander over to this side and talk to our third place finisher, Alexi Baudouin. Well, the way it unfolded, Alexi, it worked out okay for you. We're glad to that Julia's okay. We can see her from here. So, but congratulations to you, sir, for a third place finish.
Thank you. Oui, c'est ça. En French?
En français.
Oui, j'ai vu Julia Kranz, une boucane blanche juste en avant de moi, puis après ça, dans la boucane, je l'ai vu apparaître en roulant, puis tout ça. Fait que j'espère qu'elle s'en tire indemne, puis que je suis vraiment désolé pour elle. Fait que on va continuer ça à mon sport.
And your sponsors?
Yeah, je voudrais remercier ma belle popette qui était là pour moi toute la fin de semaine. Sébastien Tremblay, Clément, puis Jérémy qui m'ont beaucoup aidé aussi durant le week-end. Claude, il fait partie de l'équipe en fin de semaine. Martin Gaudreau m'a beaucoup aidé. C'est ça, ça ressemble à ça.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
Congratulations to Alexei Baudouin for the third place finish in the AIM Insurance sponsored national championship race. Make my way over here to Bailey Ives. Bailey, this is a very important points grab for you.
Yes, absolutely. Another important points grab. Yep. Hopefully narrowing the gap down to Alexis. We're a little further away in the Superbike Championship, but there's still, it's never over until it's over. And Carter, he was going so fast this weekend. I
tried to stick with him, but there was no way. It's just cool to follow him for a little bit, and he checked out after a while. But still a good race, and we're happy to get second, a little better than yesterday. And I'd like to thank everybody again that makes this possible. Gary and Vincent, Mark, Marley, my parents back home, my girlfriend, she's not here unfortunately, but she does a lot for me too. And Pro Cycle, Miller Time Racing, Finish Line Motorcycle Supply, Lucas Oil, big supporter of Gary and I. Yeah, the series, all the marshals are standing out in the heat all day, media coverage, you, Frank, all the commentators. Thank you guys for everything.
Well said. Bailey Ives takes it home with a second place finish. And Carter Matson, one thing I would say to you, sir, is we'd like to see more of you.
Yeah, I'm excited to be here at the CSBK, and hopefully weather plays out for Mosport. I'd love to go there if the weather's good. And yeah, that was a great race. Hopefully Julia's okay. That was a really big bummer that happened, but hopefully she's all right.
Well said. A lot of people helped you get here, kid.
Yeah, my mom and dad are always bringing me out to these events, so big thanks to them. Thanks to Timberwood Timberworks for bringing me out here this weekend, and thank you to everyone that hosts.
If you can make it up to Canadian Tire Motorsport Park, I'm going to go online now and tell you I'll give you some gas money.
That'd be appreciated. Thank you.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Your podium from the AIM Insurance-sponsored national championship race with Alexei Baudouin in third spot. In second spot, Bailey Ives and Carter Matson on top of the box at this national championship race at his home track. No champagne. Oh, yeah, there's the champagne. So, Rory, are you going to give those out? Now, remember, they've probably been sitting in the sun for a while, so they are going to, that cork is going to explode out of them very, very quickly. You will soon see. And as per normal, I make myself small as possible and move upwind. Carter, your motorcycle's going to be covered in champagne, man. Somebody's going to have to wash that thing off.
Well, that's going to wrap it up for us here at the Grand Bend Motorplex for round 4 of the Bridgestone Canadian Superbike Series. Andrew, appreciate you sticking around for this final race. And look for us at Canadian Tire Motorsport Park in a few weeks. We hope to see you there. Have a great day.